So can you tell me when?
There's going to be a countdown.
I'm just going to say into my Discord, we're live.
So, yeah, let's talk about Gertz first.
Okay. Welcome into the first ever Dynasty Nerds live stream. That's right. We are going to be live all evening tonight, all evening tomorrow for rounds 2 and 3. We're going to be talking about the picks. We're going to be talking about what we like, what we don't like, the landing spots, what's going on with certain trades, and all the good stuff that happens on draft night. But of course, I got to introduce these guys. First, we've got Andrew Ma. Andrew, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Appreciate everybody from the League FFB over here, too. We're streaming over there. If you guys are on Dynasty Nerds, you haven't subscribed to the League FFB, go check that one out. Hopefully everyone's doing good. But, Garrett, how are you?
I'm good. I'm excited to have the League FFB here. I'm excited to have Dynasty Nerds here. I'm excited to have everybody here. It's going to be a party. We're going to commingle. We're going to hang out. We're going to have fun together. It's going to be a good time. If you're watching on Twitter as well, you can be watching on Twitter right now. You can be watching on YouTube. All kinds of good things going on. We also have Pete in the house to hang out with us. So
Hello.
Pete, how you doing, man?
Doing great. It's draft day.
It is draft day.
Johnny Manziel.
Oh, man. Now, actually, before we get into anything, very important update. Andrew, you actually did watch draft day for the first time ever. You and I were talking about it on one of our other streams. I said it's something you should watch. It's not great, but for people that love the draft, it is thoroughly enjoyable. What was your takeaway?
Well, you gave it a D+ from a film perspective.
Uh-huh.
I think it should grade higher than that.
Okay, so I was too critical.
You were too critical.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting a Diddy jump scare in there, but it makes sense, the scouting and, taking advantage of the young guys and their money. That makes sense. Maybe a little too crazy there to start this off. But other than that, I thought it was realistic up until about the last 15 minutes when the Browns started making good decisions. Seemed like the whole time before they were making bad decisions, which felt spot on.
Felt accurate.
But overall, it was a fine movie.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't watch it again, but it was fine.
Look, trading all those picks to take an off-ball linebacker usually isn't the best option. But, it is what it is. Vontae Mack, no matter what.
I watched it yesterday.
Did you watch? Was that your first time too?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you think?
I thought it was terrible. I thought he was a terrible GM. Insanely bad.
I mean, things worked out. He lucked into a good draft.
Yeah.
People want to
that's how you know it's not real life.
There you go.
It reminded me of some of my dynasty managers that I play in leagues with.
Yeah,
You know, the
100%.
reactiveness, the overpaying, the overconfidence,
the emotional,
all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, let's get into some real draft stuff, not the movie. Let's get into what's actually going on. And we're going to look at all of this from a fantasy football perspective. Obviously, there are going to be players that are drafted that are not going to necessarily be fantasy relevant for your traditional fantasy leagues, but all of those things do still play a role. A dominant defensive player helps that team's defense, but maybe it hurts your offensive players because they're not going to be high scoring, plays as much.
Yeah.
Offensive lineman, that makes things better for the quarterback, better for the running back, things like that. So there are still angles to all of this, but we're going to spend more time focusing on the quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. Now, Pete, we're going to be looking at our top 12.
Yes.
Andrew and I's top 12 players, our big board going into this. And we're going to kind of talk about why we like certain players, why we have them where we have them. Is there anything else that we need to discuss or get into before we get into that?
Our dude, Insidious Kid.
Okay.
I want us to be interacting with the chat.
Yep.
So be active, chat, please.
All right, do it.
How many wide receivers go in round 1?
So we were talking about this the other day. I had 6. You had 5. Are you still at 5 or have you switched?
I think Tyson, Lemon, Tate,
Thank
all
you, Alex.
locks. Casey's a lock. And then I'm kind of between Boston and Omar. Those are the 2 flyers. I'm good with one of them. I think I'm still going to stick with 5.
Stick with 5? Okay.
But that line, that 5.5 line you gave me is really good.
Yeah, I think it's right there. I'm going to go with 6. And if anything, I think another spot may have opened up, assuming that the A.J. Brown stuff is legit.
Yeah.
That does give another spot that might not have been there before. But we'll have to see how it goes. We've heard at times that there might even be 6 that go before the Browns pick at 24. I think that's a little rich. I think there's too many edge players. I think there's too many offensive linemen that are going to go for that to be a true possibility. But we're going to have to wait and see how it goes. So
I hope for Dynasty we don't get a Browns receiver.
Hey, let me.
Look, Amari Cooper was a wide receiver 1. Jerry Jeudy was a wide receiver 1. Despite, not.
This is such an overused stick between you two. Every video, you guys talk about this.
I'm just
and
saying.
every time you're like, Jerry Jeudy.
And Amari Cooper. And they're not even that good. And they were old. And they were still. Look, targets. At the end of the day, it's about targets. So.
One last thing before we talk about rankings. Don't tip picks.
Yes, do not tip the picks.
I will be posting the graphics in real time. So we'll react live, but don't give it away in chat. Let's all experience it together.
Yeah. Oh, we got a mic switch already right in the beginning.
Breaking news.
Oh, Matt O'Hara in the house. You could tell how good looking that voice was, couldn't you?
Oh,
yeah. You could tell the looks just by the voice right there. Matt O'Hara in the house. Probably the only time you're going to hear from him tonight, folks. That was probably it. That was your Matt O'Hara signing.
So Garrett.
Yes.
We have another good question by
Okay.
JJ.
All right, JJ.
What are the
Is
chances?
this JJ McCarthy?
Yes, actually.
Okay. All right,
what are
McCarthy.
the chances that
Big fan.
Pickens gets moved for a pick tonight?
That who gets moved?
George Pickens.
I don't think it happens. I don't think that's happening. I know that they just, within the past hour or so, signed George Pickens to the franchise tag. I know that there is a team that could make a trade. I'm going to set the odds at like under 30% that it happens. I do not think that happens tonight, personally. Okay. Do you think that's a possibility, Andrew, or no? As you're fixing your mic, I picked the perfect time to.
No, he's not getting traded tonight.
All right. He also agrees not getting traded tonight.
I will say yes, he does.
You're saying yes. Okay. All right. Of course, my wife wants to call me while I am live on the air, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is.
I mean,
how we doing? We sounded good over here now with the mic switch?
Yeah.
Good?
So let us know, chat, how we're sounding. Any feedback is appreciated. But are we ready to hop in your top 12?
We are ready to hop into the top 12. All right. So at number 1 for me, for fantasy football purposes, no surprise, we've got Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, far and away the best running back in the class. I would even go as far as to say far and away the best player in the class from a fantasy football perspective. I love the wide receivers. I think there's a lot of good ones here. There's nobody on the level of Jeremiah Love, and especially when you take the positional scarcity. There are so few running backs that are going to probably be getting the volume that Jeremiah Love is going to be getting at the next level. It's just a hard thing to replicate. So I think it's Jeremiah Love far and away. Then at 2, I have Carnell Tate. He kind of has a little bit of a tier gap on all the other receivers for me. So I have him at number 2. At number 3, now this is super flex tight end premium.
Yep.
I have Fernando Mendoza at 3. I think this is a very different ranking for obviously one QB looks drastically different. We're not even talking about a quarterback in the first round. But I don't know that Fernando Mendoza is one of those top 6 guys. But in fantasy football, if you can live in the 8 to 14 range at quarterback, you're an extremely, extremely valuable asset. I think that's where he will eventually be. I don't know that happens in year 1, although obviously Kubiak, very good offensive mind. We saw what he did this past year, helping the Seahawks reach a championship there. But I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a very good player. I don't know that he's going to be elite for fantasy football, but quarterbacks and superflex carry their weight in gold.
Yep.
Number 4, I have Mekhi Lemon, and I have a big run of wide receivers here. Mekhi Lemon, I have at 4. I think if I had to choose between all of these solely based on the traits, he's the guy that I like best. But I'll be honest, my 4 through 7 are razor thin margins, Andrew. Realistically, I could see my guy that's at 4 end up being at 7, and my guy that's at 7 could be at 4.
And that's landing spots?
Yes. Yeah. The landing spots, the draft capital. I need to see what happens tonight. But this at least tells me in a vacuum, this is who I prefer. But there's a lot that could change tonight. And I don't move guys drastically based on the draft. Like most players are going to stay relatively within the same range that I have them. But specifically with those receivers, and we'll talk about the running backs as well, the running backs 2 through 4, those guys are kind of in a very similar boat. We'll see how the draft goes. But for Mekhi Lemon, 5, I have Omar Cooper Jr. I know some people are going to be like, really, Omar Cooper over a couple of the other guys. Yeah, I really like Omar Cooper. I think he is built for fantasy football. The yards after the catch, how he turns into the running back with the football. I have never seen a wide receiver with his type of contact balance. It's absolutely absurd. So I have him at 3 or at 5. I have Jordan Tyson at 6. I know obviously that's going to be probably our biggest area that you and I will disagree. Yeah. In this, you're going to have him significantly higher than I have him here. At 7, I have Casey Concepcion. But like I said, that's that tier for me. So he could easily jump one of those guys that are directly in front of him. At 8, I have Denzel Boston. He's kind of in a weird tier all by himself for me right now. I don't see a scenario where any of the receivers behind him jump him, but I also don't see a scenario that he jumps any of the receivers that are above him. Like, I think he's going to probably stay right there as my wide receiver 6. At 9, I have Eli Stowers. Now, there's a chance that Eli Stowers does not go today. I actually think it's more than likely that he does not go today.
Probably.
Yeah, so I have him at 9, but I think he's the better receiving tight end. I think he's better for fantasy football purposes. At 10, I have Kenyon Sadiq. I do think he will be going tonight. I think he will probably even be going top 20 tonight. So I think we will see him. I like him, but he is a player that had to be manufactured touches a little bit more as opposed to a true receiving tight end. So that's why there is a slight difference for me between those two guys. Finishing out my top 12, I actually have 2 running backs finishing out my top 12. At 11, I have Mike Washington Jr., the running back out of Arkansas. I think he is an absolute electric player. He was playing for honestly a pretty bad Arkansas team and still put up really, really good numbers in the SEC. And then at 12, I have Jonah Coleman. Now, I do not think either one of those players are going today. I think those guys are going tomorrow. I do have one other player that I do think is going today. Currently, though, he's all the way down at 18, and that's Ty Simpson. If he does go today, because when I made this, I was leaning toward him not being inside the first round. If he is a first-round pick, specifically with how rumors are flying right now, a top 10 pick, he's going to end up easily within my top 12 if he's a top 10 pick. If he's where I think I would be leaning toward in that like 20s and 30s, he'll probably like just barely be inside my top 12. So I know that there's a few differences in your rankings. Yep. Andrew, go ahead and let the people know what you have.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ty Simpson is going to be the biggest one for us for the most part. But kicking it off, it's no question. It's Jeremiah Love for me. He's the number one guy. Like we said, generational. We throw that around a lot. This is truly another generational running back prospect. Just happens that we got 2 of them in a row here with Ashton Genty and then Jeremiah Love back to back. I have Fernando Mendoza at number 2, but he is in the same tier as Jordan Tyson, who's my 3rd overall player, Carnell Tate, who's my 4th overall player, and Mekhi Lemon, who's my 5th overall player. So we are ranking these for Superflex. For me, the quarterback position, it holds weight. You said it. I don't blame anybody. If you need quarterback, you're in a 12-man league, you're in a 14-man league, whatever it may be. If you need quarterback, I don't blame you going Fernando Mendoza at number 2. If you don't, I would take any of the wide receivers. When it comes to the next tier of players, 6 and 7 for me is going to be Casey Concepcion and Kenyon Sadiq. Ty Simpson is the 8th overall player for me, and that is baked in that I think he's going today. You said there, Garrett, that you don't think he's going to be, or maybe he is. He's kind of on the fence for you. I think he's going today. We've talked about this a lot this year already. I think he's a first-round guy. The quarterback position, there's just always a need for it in the NFL. It's not a deep quarterback class. When you have somebody who even flashes first-round type of traits, we've seen it in years past where guys like Jackson Dart, teams trade up for them to get them on that 5th-year option. I think the same thing can be said here for Ty Simpson. And whether or not it's going to be a top 15, top 20 type of pick, I could see a guy or a team like the Jets or maybe a team like the Cardinals who have an early round 2 pick move up a couple picks into tonight to get that 5th-year option on the QB. So Ty Simpson, I kind of am already baking in that first-round draft capital. If he doesn't go tonight, he will move down my rankings. At 9, I have Denzel Boston. 10, Omar Cooper. 11 is Eli Stowers. And then 12 for me is a guy that I don't think is going to go today, but I don't know if I would be shocked if we got an extra wide receiver that crept into the first round. And to me, it's been one of my guys all spring. I've really liked his tape. I think he's a very good receiver. It's Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama. He's a player that I've just been higher on than consensus. Would not be surprised if we got a little bit of the Ricky Pearsall, Xavier Legette type of draft capital where we didn't expect that in 2024. It was a strong wide receiver class, but they still snuck a couple guys in there. I wouldn't be shocked if Jeremy Bernard gets that tonight.
No, he's a player that actually has grown on me throughout the process. And even as late as yesterday, I was watching more tape on a couple of guys where, guys that maybe I felt like he was one of those guys, and he actually did get a little bit of a bump on my board. And I think part of that for me is, yes, I think the easy thing to point to is he doesn't have a spectacular trait. He doesn't have that one thing that you're like, oh my gosh, that is like the best in the class. However, when I was looking at our scores that I put in for the nerd score, he also got like 7s and up on like everything. So that means he's like slightly above average in almost everything he does. And that's going to be valuable to some team. I could easily see, I don't think he's going to be a first rounder, but if he gets a situation in the second round where San Francisco drafts him or something like that, all of a sudden you're going to be like, holy cow, perfect skill set matchup with team. So I'm really excited to see how that all plays out.
It's first poll is up. Look, we're going to be posting a lot of polls during the live stream. Okay. Look at the bottom left. Who's the wide receiver 1 in the draft? Carnell Tate, Tyson, Jordan Tyson. Type 1 for Carnell Tate, 2 for Tyson.
All right, so let me clarify on the question because that could be interpreted multiple ways. Is it the first one drafted, or who do you think is the best?
Your wide receiver 1 in the class.
Is that how it's intended?
Yeah, because who's your wide receiver? Okay, and I have Tyson.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And
do you think Tyson will be drafted ahead of Tate?
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if he is.
Okay, all right. I still think Tate.
If you check the sports books right now,
it's close.
I think both of them are like 8.5 and 7.5 is the line for both of them.
Mm-hmm. Side note: it really helps the stream if you comment. So this is a huge help.
Yeah, the 1s and 2s are extra comments.
1s and 2s are carrying us.
Yeah.
First, Eli Heidenreich, RB1.
How about Eli Heidenreich sucks?
Yeah. I might not be that harsh, but yeah,
it kind of sucks. Dude.
Like honestly, like the thing for me is watching his tape. I put a tweet out about it yesterday. He is not a traditional running back in any sense of the word. Mm-hmm. You look at almost all of his carries, not every one of them, but a good chunk of his carries are all from sweeps and misdirections and things like that. So he's not lining up as a traditional running back. And even when he's lined up as a receiver, which I think he would be more of one of those running backs that is valuable because of his pass catching, he's not a great receiver either. He's fine, but if he's compared to slot receivers, he does not have the route running skill set. He does not have the movement skill set. He doesn't have the jump ball contested catch skill set that those types of players have. So for me, your best case scenario is he goes as like a 7th-round player, or maybe even better, undrafted, but to the right spot. And he ends up finding that Danny Woodhead, Austin Eckler were just like everything falls right. But make sure you hear me clearly. I don't think he is the talent of either one of those players, even though they were both undrafted guys.
Yeah.
Like I compared him to Lan Larison last year, and I gave a higher nerd score to Lan Larison. Now, granted, we didn't get to see anything because he got hurt like right away, but I do not see a legitimate NFL running back or a legitimate NFL slot receiver.
I'm in off. Yeah. Because we're close. We're getting close, right? We can talk about this. We're talking about this the whole night. First of all, Rich fell for a deep fake rookie account. That was not. There's many fake rookies out there. Nice. Do not listen.
Rich is in a state that he would fall for something like that.
I just saw one that said that Ty Simpson's going 3 to the Cardinals, and he will deactivate his account if he's wrong.
That's the one Rich fell for.
That one was Jordan Tyson.
Jordan Tyson is going number 3,
and now it's Jordan Tyson.
Why would Jordan Tyson go 3?
So Andrew's wanting, not you.
Yeah,
different Andrew.
Could you guys do a floor and ceiling for 5 or 6 top guys? Really fast though.
Okay.
Sure. I'll let you kick it off.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love, wide receiver 1.
Jeremiah
Love, his ceiling is CMC. And that sounds lofty, but that is, they play very similar. He wins through the air. Good running back, great receiver. His floor would be like a DeAndre Swift. I don't think he's going to be any worse than that. I think he's going to be much better than that.
Yeah, my ceiling would be Bijan Light. I think he's got a lot of the same skill sets. He's good in the receiving game. Not as good between the tackles. That's why I use the word light with him there. But still think he's going to be a guy who has top 5 overall upside at the position. My floor for him would be that one's a little bit tougher. I would probably go DeAndre Swift's not a bad one because similar skill sets. But I'm gonna steal yours and say DeAndre Swift plus because I think he's gonna have a little bit more upside than a DeAndre Swift.
So you're just gonna do all pluses and minuses.
Pluses and minuses. That's where we're going right now.
I love it. All right, let's go to Carnell Tate. Carnell Tate. I would say. I know you like the George Pickens one, right? That's
George Pickens was my ceiling. I think the game looks very similar to George Pickens. Obviously, we saw the ceiling what Pickens can do last year with Dallas. The right situation, the right offense. I think George Pickens is right where he's going to be.
I have a hard time. I don't have one that I really love for Carnell Tate, to be honest. And like, I don't want to just throw one out to throw one out. I have not found one for him yet that I'm like, oh yeah, I really like that one. Like for me, his ceiling, I'll just give it in terms of this. Like, I don't think he's ever going to be a top 5 receiver, but I think he's going to live in the wide receiver 1 range for multiple seasons of his career. I think his floor is the best wide receiver 2 in football.
That's fair. T. Higgins-ish type of floor. That's still a little high, but that's right where that's kind of the same bucket. I was talking to Pete about that earlier. I said that T. Higgins for Carnell Tate felt like what I was seeing. Yeah.
All right.
You need to be seeing these comments, guys.
Why?
I need to figure out.
Are some of them crazy?
Oh man.
What is it?
His ceiling is Eli Hayden-Rick.
Taylor's got more touches in New England than Trivian.
Oh my gosh. Oof.
Yeah, his ceiling is Eli Hayden-Rick.
All right. Fernando Mendoza. Let's keep going. Fernando Mendoza. For me, and I'm surprised I haven't heard this one a little bit more. I think his ceiling is Justin Herbert with a slightly less strong arm. Okay. I think that's the biggest difference maker there. But I think similar guy in the sense of like has the more than prototypical size, can run a little bit, but that's not how they win. I could see that. I think the floor is good Daniel Jones.
Okay.
We've seen Daniel Jones when he's bad, but another guy that runs a little bit, inconsistent at times, but when he's on, he's a very like solid player, can get the job done. So good Daniel Jones is kind of the floor for me.
Yeah, my ceiling is kind of a hybrid between a Bo Nix and a Jared Goff. I could see a little bit of that with him. I think my floor is more Kirk Cousins-ish for him. So still a very good player, somebody that you can plug into your super flex position. I mean, Kirk Cousins, even in his worst days, was a fine high-end QB2. So I think that's what Mendoza can be.
I'm interrupting you. Sorry, Andrew.
Right,
you should bring up the stream on your phone so you can see the chat.
Okay. All right. I'll bring it up.
It's that amusing, huh, Pete? Man.
I don't want to just be the moderator.
I mean, Robert, anytime Robert hops in, it's always enjoyable.
When Robert hops in.
We don't talk to Pete. We request Pete's approval to be spoken with.
Exactly. All right. Let's see.
Let's go over to one more, ceiling floor. I'm going to take it to tight end. Let's go Kenyon Sadiq. Kenyon Sadiq, ceiling and floor.
That's a good one because I have not thought about comps in that sense. You go first because I haven't thought about comps for him.
Ceiling is Sam Laporta. I think he kind of a good blocker, decent mover, red zone target, somebody who can take the top off the defense. I think that's going to be kind of the ceiling. And Sam Laporta, keep in mind, I mean, I know some people forget based off of just recency bias, but rookie season, Sam Laporta, it took some touchdowns to go his way, but he was very productive for our fantasy teams. Just that touchdowns are not necessarily a sticky stat, and that may be the thing for Kenyon Sadiq. I think the floor for him is David Njoku. I could see him being a little bit of a bigger guy who can block, still a receiving threat. But I think maybe where you and I see Sadiq a little bit differently is maybe in the receiving ability.
Okay. I would say ceiling for me is Miami Dolphins, Jonnu Smith.
Okay.
Which I know Jonnu Smith isn't like an exciting one, but if you think about what he did in Miami, he was tight end 3. So, I mean, that is not a bad outcome for a player at all. So I think that's a ceiling. I think his floor is Jonnu Smith everywhere else.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot in the chat. Sadiq equals Pitts. Sadiq equals Kyle Pitts. There's multiple of them, and I don't know if I see that.
It's true if they're wrong.
I mean, Stowers is closer stylistically to Pitts than Sadiq is. I mean, Kyle Pitts is this lanky, go up and get it, jump ball over the top. Sadiq's more of yes, he's a freak athlete, but it's more in the speed aspect, down the field, run after the catch, physicality, like that. That's why I see more of like the Jonnu Smith, type of player more so than Pitts.
And that's I kind of agree with you there because it's in the size and the physicality of Sadiq that is different for me than Pitts. I just don't think Pitts is that physical, and I think Sadiq is way more physical, especially as a blocker.
Yeah, I think so too. Floor is OJ Howard. I could see that one. I could see floor is OJ Howard. Definitely a possibility.
For Stowers?
No. For Sadiq.
What about floor?
OJ Howard's problem is he could block.
That's true. Well, Sadiq's not a terrible blocker. That's true. He was a plus blocker, but
you don't think Sadiq's a plus blocker?
I wouldn't say plus. I think he's a fine blocker.
I think he's a plus blocker.
I don't know. It's very rare for me to see a rookie come in as a plus blocker.
Well, that's fair, but off the collegiate tape, I thought he was a plus blocker in college.
Okay. I would put him as like neutral.
Fair.
I would put
in the middle.
Yeah.
What about the floor is Eli Haydenrick?
that's probably
for Eli.
That's probably the floor.
A new big poll just dropped. Is Sadiq a plus blocker?
The hard-hitting question.
We really need to know this. Yes.
These are the things we need to know.
Dan says, I remember taking OJ Howard over Justin Jefferson.
Oof. Wait, that must have been a startup because they were not in the same draft class.
Well, it says over JJ, so I'm assuming that's Justin Jefferson, right?
Yeah, JJ was 2020. OJ Howard was 2017, I think. Wasn't he the same year as Baker? No, that would have been 18.
Baker was 18.
Get it together, Andrew.
Either way.
Sam Laporta didn't run a 4.39.
That's what I just saw. I saw a competitive edge says Sam Laporta can't run a 4.39 at 240 pounds. Mott, get it together.
Get it together, bro.
Hey, it's that RAS score, baby.
Get it together. All right. We are now, I think we are getting close to the time for the very first pick. Obviously, there is no drama around this. But after the first pick, it's wide open. I mean, it could go so many different ways. Right now, if you could give me your top 5, Andrew, how does the top 5 work out in the actual NFL draft?
Well, obviously Mendoza's at 1. Mm-hmm. I think at 2, It's probably David Bailey.
Okay.
At 3, I truly do think Arizona is going to get out of this pick. I think they're going to move back. I don't know who's going to come up and get him, but whoever it is, it's probably somebody trying to come get Arvell Reese.
Okay.
So I'll take 3 at Arvell Reese. I don't know if it's going to be in Arizona. For the Tennessee Titans, it's such a wild card pick for me in Tennessee. I think the best selection for them would be Carnell Tate. So
I agree that would be their best selection. I don't
know if they will. I've heard that Saleh really wants to go get his edge rusher and keep, beefing up the defense, which wouldn't surprise me if it's a Reuben Bain. Almost mixed up David Bailey and them again, but
some of this chat, bro.
I feel like every time I start talking, you guys are just giggling in the chat.
Bro, somebody said
they said that you look like an analyst who turns off your body cam.
Turns off my body cam? That's crazy,
bro. It's gonna be a long night.
It's gonna be a long night, but hopefully you guys are ready for it. Then at 5, who's 5?
The Giants.
The Giants. Jordan Tyson.
Andrew, could you turn it up so I can hear? So I can just a little bit. So the microphone.
Let me turn my body cam off first.
Turn it off. Turn it off. All right. So for me, top 5, I'm going Mendoza at 1. I'm going to switch from you. I'm going to take Arvell Reese at 2. I'm going to go David Bailey at 3. I'm going to take Jeremiah Love at 4. And then at 5, I'm going to go. I think it's going to be. I'm going to go Caleb.
Okay.
I'm going to go Caleb Downs at 5. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we're who's closer and who's not closer between the two of us. But it's going to be fun, guys. I hope there's going to be a ton of trades. I think there will be.
I hope so.
I think there's going to be a ton of trades. Over under. Let's see. From this point on, because we've already gotten some trades, so we're not counting any that have already happened.
Yeah.
From this point on, 3.5 trades on first round picks.
That's the line that I was going to go with.
Was it?
Yeah, I was going to say 3.5 because that feels like the spot. Sure, let's go over.
Go over? Okay.
Maybe for my entertainment purposes, I'm going over.
All right, just for fun, yeah. I'll keep taking the opposite. So I'll take the opposite here.
Right.
I'll take under. I'll say 3. Just to keep things interesting and fun. Nobody at home is keeping score. Actually, you know what? Keep score at home, guys. Let us know how we did.
Well, P should be keeping score for our over/under game because you did promise nerd shirt.
That's true.
Nerd herd shirts. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, so we'll be keeping score.
I will not be keeping score.
Pete's keeping score. He's
pretending. How are we about to be people who promise prizes and then don't give them? That's just shameful. Come on.
Yeah, we're not those people leading us astray.
Well, we're not, Garrett. Pete,
we pay you.
I still haven't been paid for a year
in ways other than money. We've paid you.
I get a free Nerd Herd membership.
That's
Keep in mind these two guys are sharing a room tonight.
There you go.
No, can I correct you? Bed.
There you go. All right.
That's also a rumor that's false.
Mm-hmm.
You just started the rumor beat.
Yeah,
and now he's debunking his own rumor.
You doubled down, actually, buddy.
Well, that's how you know it's true.
You said this is the rumor, and it's false.
Call me Mike Vrabel.
Oh my goodness, fantastic! Oh man, all right. Right now, let's have a little fun with how things are playing out. If there was a surprise player for fantasy purposes, or guys that are fantasy relevant, if there was a player that would go in the first round that maybe we haven't really talked about yet, who do you think is a surprise player that could enter into the first round tonight?
Well, I kind of already pulled the trigger on my Jeremy Bernard take.
That's fine. So is that your person?
I think he's somebody that could. Other than that, it's hard for me to really think of anybody else. Like, I guess 2 honorable mentions that I would throw would be, I think it would be stupid. I wouldn't do it, but Jadarian Price, if Seattle is really trying to pull a running back off the board at 32. The other one, could we get shocked with some Chris Bell?
We could. Everybody keeps talking about him as a guy that was formerly considered a first-round pick, then the injury. So, maybe I'm going to go with Chris Brazzell.
Okay.
I think some Brazzle-dazzle could happen tonight. I think we could be getting a guy that just is so good athletically. Sometimes teams just get really, really excited and caught up in the upside of what could be. If the Raiders were picking late instead of early, like he feels like the perfect like Raider type of traditional pick. Like he's got the speed, he's got the size, he's got like the measurables that you would be wanting to look for in a player. So I think that's a guy that I could see.
Anthony says, did he just say razzle dazzle?
I did say razzle dazzle.
Some brazzle dazzle.
Some brazzle dazzle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely in play. I think the reality is this is a class where the wide receiver position is the strong point, right? Like we know that the wide receiver position is deep. All it takes is one team to believe in a guy. And maybe I'm cheating by throwing another name out here, but I think he's a talented quarterback. I don't think he's too far off from Ty Simpson. If Ty Simpson is a lock in the first round, like some people think he is right now, is Garrett Nussmeier sneaky?
I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. And honestly, when I talked about Ty Simpson being a little lower in my overall rankings, I actually have Nussmeier a spot higher because like just me without the NFL draft information, I feel a little bit better about Nussmeier than I do Ty Simpson. But you're right. If something crazy happens and Ty Simpson goes top 10, or even let's say he goes, 16 to the Jets and they just shock the world and they take him there. Then all of a sudden, some teams that didn't see that coming saying, well, shoot, we thought we had a shot at a quarterback in the late 20s, early 30s, specifically looking at the Cardinals. Yeah. And they might say, well, now we have to trade up into the first to make sure we get it because these are the only three guys that we see as legitimate difference makers. Now, there could be other people that feel differently. Maybe, we're starting to hear reports on Carson Beck as a potential guy that could go higher than people expect.
Yeah, they said first round for Carson Beck. That would be ridiculous.
Shooketh.
Yeah.
I would be absolutely shocked. I think Drew Allar, once again, not a guy I think will go tonight, but another one that we could see go higher than maybe initially mocked. So I think there's only a chance. I do not see any world where Carson Beck goes in the first, but I do think there is a possibility. How small it might be, I don't know. But I do think there is a possibility that you're correct and Nussmeier does go in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right with Arizona. If the Jets do something crazy at 16 and Arizona's on the outside looking into the quarterback position, especially with the reports of, Brissett wanting more money and not showing up to camp and all of this stuff like that. I know they just signed Minshew, but they could get some FOMO.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Do we have the first pick officially in, Pete?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. We're getting close to officially having the first pick.
I mean, it's the worst kept secret in football.
It is. Could you imagine the shock wave that would go around the world if Fernando Mendoza was not the number one pick? The theater that would be insane. You wouldn't recover for like 7 picks. You would just miss the next 6 picks.
I would poop my pants.
Would you keep wearing your poop pants for the rest of the time?
I hope not.
For day 1, yes.
For day 1.
Not for day 2.
The poop pants would stay. Rumor has it.
I literally started it and confirmed it.
Right.
Oh,
the pick is in.
My brother would lose his mind. He's a Raiders fan. Being from Vegas, he's switched affiliates. He was a Giants fan before, and then he switched it when the Raiders came to Vegas.
Okay.
I told him I guess that's a pass if you do get a home team.
I would allow it. I
wouldn't do it. I have more loyalty than that, but maybe he doesn't. And so he went to the Raiders. Now he's a Raider loyal, Raider Nation, and he wants Mendoza bad. Like he's all in.
And I can't blame him. I mean, you need a franchise quarterback. He fits the bill. He's got everything that you would look for. Is he the, Andrew Luck and, Peyton Manning type of prospect? No, he's not this generational quarterback talent, but he is a guy that looks the part of a first overall pick that can get the job done, that can be an absolute leader for your team, march you down the field, do all the things right. And you don't have to worry, other guys, there's character concerns sometimes and things like that. You have none of that with Fernando Mendoza. So especially for a guy going to Vegas, you hope that there's not somebody, because there's a little more temptation in Vegas than there is, say, Cleveland, where I root. So we could definitely see that. Who at this point, if you had to pinpoint, I know you did your mock. So in this case, you said Tate would be the first one. Who do you think the first one off the board is? Do you actually think it is going to be Tate, or is the first skill position player off the board? I know you like Tyson. You had him at 5. Tate is it a possibility? But even Jeremiah Love, he would have been the first one for me. Is there anybody else outside of those 3 that even have a shot to be the first non-quarterback fantasy player off the board?
No, I mean, I think it's Tate, Tyson, and Love as the top 3 for the skill position, but other than that, I don't think Lemon or Sadiq or any of those guys have a chance.
Yeah, All right, so the pick is now officially in. Fernando Mendoza. There it is. All right, so you can see on our screen now, Fernando Mendoza is the pick. It is official for you, Jagger.
Thanks,
we do love Jagger. Andrew, for you, this obviously doesn't change anything. This is what we've been expecting the whole time. Let's put it in terms of overall fantasy now, not just in rookie terms, because I think everybody's going to have him at 2 or 3 for the most part in Superflex. But overall, what kind of range are we putting this guy in?
I mean, he kind of, it sounds wild, but I think for Superflex leagues, like if I was going to do my dynasty rankings today, I probably wouldn't start considering Mendoza until probably quarterback 18 range, 19, 20, somewhere right in there. It sounds like that's kind of where he's going to fall right away. Mm-hmm. Kind of in the same range as like a Cam Ward would be, but I think I would prefer Mendoza over Ward at this point in time. That may change if Carnell Tate is a Tennessee Titan, but
right.
I think kind of right in that range. What about you?
I think I'm in the same boat. I think I would take him over Ward. I would be taking him. Would you rather? Here's a good one. Would you rather have him or Kyler Murray?
Mendoza or Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
Right now, moving forward.
Right now, today. For fantasy, not for.
For fantasy, I would rather have Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily close for me for fantasy either, because the rushing upside with Kyler Murray, the offensive skill positions around him with Justin Jefferson.
But it's a 1 year deal though.
It's a 1 year deal, but I think I would still rather go. The upside's there for Kyler.
Okay, I would have Kyler ahead as well.
Would you have Stroud or Mendoza?
I would take Mendoza at this point over Stroud, but I have been notoriously low on Stroud for a long time now.
I think Stroud is the better player. I don't know if Stroud's situation is going to improve much more than it already is right now, and that's not a lot, saying, Houston hasn't been able to build anything in front of him. It's probably close. I think I would rather, for better or for worse, take the unknown with Fernando Mendoza and hope that I can get some more rather than what I know CJ Stroud is at the moment.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. What about the older quarterbacks? What about the Jared Goffs, the Dak Prescotts, the Baker Mayfields?
I would take, if I'm contending, it's a no-brainer. I'm taking all of those guys over.
Let's just say it's a startup.
It's a startup draft. I probably, because of the age difference between those guys, I probably will lean Mendoza with the hope that Mendoza becomes that level of, high-end QB2 moving forward.
I don't think I can put him ahead of those guys just yet. I understand it from a youth aspect, but quarterbacks play for so long. If I'm still getting 3 to 5 years out of those guys, that feels like at minimum I'm getting 3 years. Yeah. Maybe closer to 5 or 6. I think that for me makes it worth it with the known commodity that I'll take him. But it is a Kubiak offense.
It is.
And that is obviously very, very appealing for this kid.
Well, and I think too, part of my reasoning for that is I've talked about it a lot. You guys know that I like to play this game more as a stock market, fantasy football, the football stock market. I think of a guy like Mendoza right now, if I were to draft him in a startup in your, scenario that you gave me, I think Mendoza is more likely to retain value and insulate as an asset in Dynasty than a guy like Baker is, than a guy like Jared Goff is, than maybe a guy like Dak Prescott. Dak's the one I feel the most comfortable about of that whole group, but I do think that he has the highest chance at retaining his value based off of the youth.
Sure. And that is a thing for those guys. And that is part of the reason I tend to target those guys, is because when you are looking at them truly as a commodity, they are almost always, I don't want to say comically, but they
criminally undervalued.
Maybe criminally undervalued. Jared Goff has been a quarterback one and like a mid-range quarterback one almost year after year after year after year. I think it's been 3 straight years it has been a mid-range quarterback one. But yet people are still taking him quarterback 15, quarterback 16 off the board.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, we've seen him have as high as quarterback 3 numbers overall multiple times in his career. And Baker Mayfield has reached that level as well. He did that in 2024, tied with Joe Burrow. Everybody remembers how good Joe Burrow was that year. People forget they had the exact same points per game and the exact same overall points. Like they were in lockstep together. So with that, I think I'm gonna have to stick with the known commodities. But that is the way I tend to play the game a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna play it, especially at my quarterback spot. I don't want to miss there. I got to make sure I get a valuable asset. So I'd probably stick there. But I'm not going to blame anyone for taking Mendoza. I think Mendoza has all the traits to enter a tier like that. It's just the what if at this point.
Okay,
so, we're going to have to wait and see. So
I think you can turn it up a little bit higher if you actually want to hear it.
I just don't want feedback, but if you're not getting it, then we're good.
All right. David Bailey. All right. Andrew, you were right. They went Bailey over Reese. I personally, I think that's a mistake personally.
Hey, just a reminder in chat, no tipping picks. We're reacting to this live.
Yes, please do not tip the picks. Crazy production, but he has a lot of really good traits. This is something that the Jets desperately needed. They needed more defense. So, and it's a pick that people have projecting could be a possibility. It's been basically him or Reese back and forth, like a volleyball at a Nickelback concert. So just back and forth.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I think you channeled your inner Rich Dotson there with the little analogy.
That was from Community?
No, that was from Hot Rod.
Parks and
okay.
Hot Rod.
All right.
But
yeah, I mean, I think to me, that was the chalk pick. We've seen that mocked pretty heavily over the last month. But it does just leave the question here where I think it's really interesting. Arizona's on the clock. The rumblings have been Arizona wants to move out. Arizona likes Jeremiah Love. Maybe they like Arvell Reese. Is it Ty Simpson from Ricky Scoops? There's been a lot of smoke about Arizona and pick number 3. We're about to find out what happens here.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most exciting picks here. I think this is probably one of the biggest prime like trade it down type of situations. So we'll see how all of this plays out overall as far as that goes. But look, I would be shocked if it was Ty Simpson. I do not think that's the pick here. I think it's either Arvell Reese or they're trading out. There's still rumblings that it could be Jeremiah Love. Honestly, for me, I have a hard time justifying that pick to anybody before Washington. Like Washington's the first one I can kind of understand. They were in the NFC Championship game a year ago.
Amen, brother.
They've got a lot of pieces. Obviously, they need to build up on the defensive side of the football, but they need some playmakers as well. And so if, obviously they need quarterback to stay healthy, but if that's the case, give him a weapon. I can see that. Anybody before that, it's just hard for me to justify. We look at the historical top 10 running backs that go in the draft. We see it over and over and over. And most of these guys are not drastically improving their team. It doesn't mean that they're not performing well as individuals. We've seen Zeke and Bijan and a lot of these guys inside the top 10 be good running backs. But have any of these teams won the Super Bowl? Have any of these teams made big playoff runs? Have any of to me, it just feels like just a wasted, not a wasted pick, but a suboptimal pick.
Yeah, it's so tough because I think you get players like Jeremiah Love, and it's hard to argue not taking them as highly as you want to. But a lot of the teams picking here are not in position to take running back. And so you get caught in a situation where you do have, the Bijan Robinsons that go to a team that wasn't ready to have Bijan. And you could argue that it was still a great pick for Atlanta. They haven't won a playoff game. They haven't went to the playoffs since drafting Bijan. So, it can still be a good pick, but it also can still not help you get that team over the hump.
Yeah, and that's the hard part. You look at a lot of the teams that have gone to the Super Bowl lately, and it was, there were some that had decent running backs. The best one, obviously, Saquon Barkley, but that wasn't a drafted player. That was a player where the team was already put together. They had been to the Super Bowl already, and then they added the final piece on top. That was Saquon Barkley. So for me, I think that's I find it to be a word pick. Now, do I love seeing these guys go early? The fantasy assets go early? Sure. I love seeing them go early. Like that's fun for fantasy football.
Yeah.
I just don't think it makes as much sense for real NFL football to me. And I get it. Other people might be totally in on that. I think that's great, but I think for me it's weird. But it looks like pick's not quite in yet. We're still kind of waiting to see. Right now, call it Reese trade, Jeremiah Love, something else.
I think if they haven't been able to trade it yet, they're not going to be able to trade it. So I think which is Arvell Reese.
I think we're in lockstep there. I think they go Arvell Reese as well.
Yeah,
I think that's what happens. And then we'll see what happens with Tennessee. I think that, unfortunately for me, like I said, I want it to be Washington. I think that is where Jeremiah Love goes. You had Carnell Tate there. We'll see what happens. They could also just as easily go defense. They have a defensive-minded head coach. They could use some defensive players. They could use a lot on that team. So I think there's a lot of directions they could go that would make sense. Really the only one that doesn't to me is running back.
We do have the pick in here for Arizona, so it does look like they're going to be selecting. It's just a matter of who. But it sounds like Arvell Reese is the vibe right now.
Yeah, if they haven't traded it, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, this has been one of the bigger smoke screens seemingly in the draft. But I think you're right. I think it is Arvell Reese. I would be surprised if it's not.
A lot of the conversation around Arvell Reese has been about whether or not he is a stand-up linebacker, a guy who can put his hand on the ground and come off the edge. Do you have a strong take on where Arvell Reese is? Is he an edge rusher to you? Is he more of a stand-up linebacker?
He seems more like a stand-up guy to me, but I think he is athletic enough to make either work at the next level. I mean, he really is a freaky athlete. I think he got overshadowed at the combine a little bit by Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
But I think he's a freaky athlete. I think he can do anything that defensive ass.
Does that make him a little bit of a riskier prospect? The fact that you do have that question and you're considering taking him with the 3rd overall pick in the draft?
Maybe. Some teams love versatility and other teams want you to do a specific thing well. Like, we are drafting you to do this well. So I think sometimes it's more team philosophy. I was talking about that with Rich with wide receiver. You see that at wide receiver sometimes. Sometimes it's a lesser player that goes simply because it's a better team fit. So looks like the pick is in.
The pick is in.
Let's see. Oh, Jeremiah Love.
Sorry, Tyler Algier. You go from backing up Bijan Robinson to backing up Jeremiah Love. But I love this. I like this landing spot. What do you think?
Look, here's the thing. I was talking about it before. It would not shock me at all if they pull a Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears, and say, hey, we want Thunder and Lightning. We want 2 players that we can utilize on our offense, and we are going to run the heck out of the football. We do not know who our quarterback is right now. Maybe we find out who it is tonight, but we don't know for sure who our quarterback is right now. But if it's Jacoby Brissett, at least to start the season, we saw him be competent. Not great, but we saw him be competent at that level. I think when you have a Jeremiah Love, it's going to open things up. I mean, at this point, it's RIP to Trey Benson. And James Conner, I know they restructured his deal, but it was more to free up money more than anything else. I think right now we're going to see their version of Thunder and Lightning, and they're going to be running the heck out of the football.
This Cam Scatterboo shares are very happy.
I just made a Cam Scatterboo trade today, hoping that this wouldn't happen.
I saw that it says Scatterboo owners rejoice from Dan in the chat, but yeah, man, this is kind of
Tyjae Spears as well.
Interesting for me, man, because I think this opens up Tate there to go to Tennessee as well, best player available, or Arvell Reese if they want to go that defensive side of the ball. So
that to me, for them, that's a dream.
Yeah,
and I think the New York Giants are like, that's like the only thing we don't need is an Arvell Reese. Like, he's so good, but like we don't really need that.
We were trying to shop Kayvon Thibodeau earlier because we don't want more edge rushers. But no, this is very interesting, man. I think Jeremiah Love going to Arizona. It is unfortunate for Tyler Algier and the folks who have bought Tyler Algier. This is kind of the problem.
It was Najee last year.
Yeah, this is the problem sometimes I think with buying running backs in the early parts of spring. Usually you have to wait until these landmines fall, and this is just kind of the risk here that you inherited. Obviously, if you went and bought a Scatterboo, like you said, it paid off, but there's huge swings like this, and it's not like you broke the bank on a Tyler Algier, but it does put him kind of right back into that handcuff running back territory, a guy that doesn't give you a lot of hope. But man, I do like this fit for Jeremiah Love. The LaFleur system, the running back system that they have there, he should be able to catch a lot of footballs, especially if Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback this year. And it does make Arizona interesting because with a 3rd overall pick on a running back, maybe they don't go get Simpson. Maybe they don't get Nussmeier, and they do just roll Minshew and Jacoby Brissett this year. 2027's quarterback class is great, and we could be looking at a new Arizona team in 2027 with a franchise running back and a franchise quarterback just 12 months from now.
Yeah, and absolutely. And we know that they were already kind of set up decently well at the other positions. We'll see what happens, next year in free agency with Michael Wilson, but having him and Marvin Harrison Jr. and then Trey McBride at tight end, all of a sudden that could be a lethal offense if they can protect them. That's going to be the other thing. This could end up being, some of these other teams that we've seen in the past where they have all the weapons in the world, but they don't have the blocking to make it happen. So this is a, I don't want to say like a huge shock, but it was obviously like just a few moments ago, we were talking Arvell Reese.
Yeah.
We were saying though, could it be Jeremiah Love? So it was definitely in the realm of possibility. Correct. This isn't totally out of left field, but it definitely does shake things up in this draft and for potential fantasy landing spots.
Absolutely. And keep in mind too, this is a huge investment by Arizona, especially when you consider the cap implications of a draft pick like this. Jeremiah Love, before he takes an NFL snap, is the 7th highest paid running back in football right now. And that's just because he's the 3rd overall pick.
Yeah, it does. It does change things quite a bit. Very, very exciting player. I am. Are you worried at all that Tyler Algier takes too many touches, too many carries from him? Or if there's anybody out there that is worried about that, capitalize right now and get Jeremiah Love. And where would you, to add on to that, where are you ranking him now? Like between, obviously Bijan and Gibbs kind of seem like they're in their own tier, but then it's somewhat wide open for the next 4 or 5 running backs. Where does he place now that we know where he's at?
The landing spot doesn't change the way that I view Jeremiah Love. I thought he was an elite talent coming into it. I didn't really think that there was a landing spot outside of Detroit and Atlanta that could have made me change my opinion on Jeremiah. So you go here, I still think he's fine. I would go Bijan, Gibbs, Genty, Jeremiah, and Hampton at 5. That's probably my top 5 right now. I'd probably have Jeremiah at 4.
I do have to say this was the best landing spot if we're talking like keeping running back safe.
Right? I think
like Tyler Algier was great and all, but Tajay Spears, Cam Scatterboo, even Rachaad White, I don't know.
I mean, the best one would have been, in my opinion, the best would have been Washington at 7. That's the best landing spot, but this is the second best situation, I think, because I didn't like that Tennessee Titans landing spot for Jeremiah Love.
It wasn't my favorite for sure.
Cam Scatterboo lives.
The trade I made for Cam Scatterboo 2 hours ago is looking better and better.
Okay, the picks coming in. They're about to make it.
All right, we're gonna announce it here. We'll see. Are we going defense? We going offense? Don't tip the pick in the chat, please.
Yeah, sorry. Right now, if you tip it, it's insta ban. I will go back and unban troll people, but.
Carnell Tate.
Baby.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
First wide receiver off the board, the landing spot that I thought. I mean, so far, best case scenario so far for the most part.
I mean, for fantasy purposes, I mean, you can definitely make that argument. This is definitely a good scenario where he's going to have a ton of targets there.
Yep.
Now, if you're Cam Ward, you're like, okay, I went from having nothing to now I have Carnell Tate on the outside and Wan'Dale Robinson in the slot.
Yeah.
That's a nice little duo. And then we'll see who ends up being at tight end. Gunnar Helm was starting to come along last year. They have Daniel Bellinger. But I mean, for a guy that really was hoping that eventually we get something out of Tajay Spears, not having a running back there is nice to see. We'll see if they keep Tony Pollard. I would assume at this point, there's no reason to cut him now. So I think they'll both be there. But going back to Carnell Tate, look, I love the player. He was my wide receiver 1 in the class for a reason. I think that he has an extremely high ceiling while still maintaining an incredibly high floor. And that's the nicest part about him is I don't have anything in his game where I'm like, well, this is a concern for me. Well, this is good. No.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to get nitpicky, he doesn't offer a ton of yak. Okay, like whatever. But overall, when you're looking at safe prospects, I put them in the same box as Emeka Buka and JSN over the years. Yes, maybe they're not the flashiest receivers, especially, compared to some of the other Ohio State guys, but are they super technically sound? Yes, he is so sound. He's going to be in a young offense, and he is going to get targets.
Yeah, I mean,
ooh, this is a good question. Cam Ward or Mendoza?
I think now, that he has a number one wide receiver, I kind of lean Cam over Mendoza, but it's still close.
It is still very close. I'm going to stick with Mendoza for now. I might change that if we don't get a wide receiver in round 2.
Yeah.
For the Raiders.
Yeah. That's a big one. I keep mentioning Jeremy Bernard, but I like the Jeremy Bernard fit in Las Vegas as Mendoza's number 1 at the top of that round.
Yeah. Before the pick comes in, I would like us to start predicting more and more what the pick's going to be.
Okay.
So who do you guys think the Giants are going to?
I think the
Jordan Tyson, baby.
I think they're going to wait till 10 to take a receiver.
You think so? Is Tyson going to be there though? Because
maybe not.
Washington should take Tyson at 7.
I think Washington goes defense. I think the Giants go defense here. I think they're going to stay on the defensive side of the football. I think they're going to be looking at
BPA's Arvell Reese, and we just said they have no need for that.
They have no need for that, but Caleb Downs is on the board, difference maker in the secondary, which they could use, and they could use a guy in the middle of the field like Sonny Styles. So I think both of those guys are very much so in play here. Yeah. So we could get back-to-back, and then maybe even after that, back-to-back, because we know the Browns were a team that were potentially looking to move back.
Yeah.
And now a Dallas team, if Arvell Reese is on the board at 6, all of a sudden.
Oh, call Jerry. You better get on the damn phone. Like,
yes.
Get in there and get up there. So I want to touch on Tate real fast before we get on to the next pick, because, if you go back and watch some of the stuff from earlier this spring, I've just kind of kept saying Tennessee is the best fit. I mean, we even said it at the top of this show. It feels like a pairing where you have a guy in Cam Ward who has a strong arm. Maybe it's a little bit of a loose cannon at times. The accuracy can struggle. Sometimes he can do some crazy stuff with the football, both good and bad. But Carnell Tate's the type of wide receiver that feels like he meshes with a Cam Ward play style so well, where he's going to help elevate Cam Ward, and Cam Ward can get the best out of Carnell Tate because of his arm talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a great situation, and it's such a good spot for Tate to instantly become the wide receiver 1.
0 target competition.
That's the thing. Like, I get it. Wan'Dale Robinson, yes, they give him some money, but he never was there for the wide receiver 1.
We got breaking news here.
Trade.
Yep. Chiefs are trading up to pick 6.
For Arvell Reese. That was the other team I was going to say, because they wanted to get inside the top 3. Remember, they were trying to trade inside the top 3. I think they wanted Reese or Bailey.
Peter Schrager said Jordan Tyson. With this, if Jordan Tyson is in Kansas City, does this change your wide receiver 1?
Ooh, it's a good question.
Excuse me, Cam Ward better than Patrick Mahomes. Book it.
Book it.
For me,
in the first couple of games, at least.
For me, it would not. Cardinal Tate was in a different tier. I think he's going to get plenty of targets. The thing you could argue for Tyson is similar to what you argued for like JSN and Rome Odunze and some of those guys, where Emeka Buka, maybe it'll take a year or 2. Now, for some of those guys, it went quicker than others. Yeah. Emeka Buka this year obviously was that case. But it could be one of those where it's not as much of an instant gratification pick, but as Kelsey retires, as they decide to move on from one and or both of Rice and Worthy, obviously that clears things up more. So Tyson is very much like, it would not shock me if they go Tyson here.
Yeah,
I'm still leaning defense, but I'm prepared to be wrong.
Dan says any wide receiver with Mahomes becomes my wide receiver 1.
The hard part about that is we've had other times where that's happened. You get a Sky Moore, and I like Sky Moore. I'm not trying to.
We're talking about different prospects here.
Right? We are. But I'm just saying, you can't just blanket quarterback with this guy and say it's going to be good. We've done that for other players in the past, and it just doesn't happen.
P, do we happen to know any of the compensation for?
I'm looking it up. Still nothing though.
Okay.
I mean, Arvell coming up and getting defense for, the Chiefs does make a lot of sense.
Makes a ton of sense.
It's making it interesting because Cleveland moves back, right?
Cleveland is moving back to 9 though. So at least that's in there.
It's probably a day 2 pick.
I'm guessing they might have picked up a second either this year or next year.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
That's not enough of a move to give a future first.
No. If anything, it would be like 2/3.
Yeah.
Since it's only 3 picks,
or 3 firsts.
I mean, we've seen fictional Browns teams do that before?
Just so they can call and strong arm them to get the 3 first back.
That's right.
Later.
That's right.
Yeah.
You pancake eating mother.
Yeah.
That was the best line of the whole. That was the best line of the whole movie, honestly. All right. Very, very interesting.
Okay. We've been sitting here with pick on the clock for a while for the Giants. Does it feel like sometimes these teams get longer time on the clock than the others?
So if you notice, sometimes when the clock picks back up, it picks it back up at like 5 minutes. So it's like the other team's already been on the clock for a little bit, but we're taking our commercial time or our whatever time to announce it.
Okay, fair.
So I think that in theory, at least, is what it's happening, but it does feel like that sometimes. Although I will say this, I'm loving the shorter time frame between picks this year.
So much better. I mean, years past trying to do a stream like this, and it's like 5 hours long just to get through this. It's midnight. My eyes are, going to the back of my head because I'm so sleepy.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, no, this has actually been really nice to already, we're about to have our 5th pick and we're just a little over a half hour in. So
Dan says Giants get lucky and got Hayden Rick to fall right into their lap. I'm actually I'm gonna predict I'm gonna go Caleb Downs here.
Also,
switching it up.
We have a pick up right now, right?
Yep, they're about to pick.
It's the Giants pick right here, yeah. Yeah, I think Caleb Downs. There was some smoke.
Okay, so you're
Downs
not on Tyson anymore. You're switching.
No, I think you're right. If they do it, it's at 10. But I actually just want Jordan Tyson to go to Washington. That's what I really want. But
I would be a great spot for him. I think that would be a better spot than New York, honestly, because
100%.
Because of the age of McLaurin versus Neighbors.
Well, and Terry's so good at taking the top off of a defense,
much
where
more of a vertical
Jordan
threat.
Tyson could play intermediate and short yardage type of stuff, and that would be good for PPR leagues.
I wanted to ask you about this. I haven't had a chance to ask you about it as we're still waiting for them to announce the pick. Actually, it's coming up right now. I'll wait. Wow. They still took Reese.
Wow.
Well, that makes that trade with KC more interesting because that's what I was assuming they were trading up for.
Reuben Bain?
Maybe. It feels like they would be going defense, unless you're right. Maybe they are locked into Jordan Tyson. I mean, that seemed a little far-fetched, but it's possible.
Wow. I was not expecting Arvell Reese. They pulled Kayvon Thibodeau off the trade block the other day. You have to think that he's kind of available again now, right?
Well, does this also maybe reignite what we were talking about a little bit? Do they have plans to maybe make him an off-ball?
Team fit-wise, it makes more sense for him to be that right now with how the depth chart is. But it just kind of makes me think that Kayvon Thibodeau is going to be moved.
Interesting. Now the trade is official because right now it does still say Cleveland.
It is official, yes.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure.
Updating its pick, 9, 74, and 48.
So a third.
Okay. Now another way that the Chiefs could go. This seems early. They desperately need defensive back. Do you think that there's a chance that they could go Delane here?
It's really early for corner.
Or it could be Caleb Downs.
Could it be Caleb Downs? Yeah. I think it makes sense for Reuben Bain.
I could see
Jordan
Bain as well.
Tyson and Reuben Bain make the most sense in my opinion, but it's tough. I think my fantasy brain wants Jordan Tyson in Kansas City, but
that would be fun.
I think Reuben Bain makes more sense from a scheme standpoint for them. Especially if Reese is gone, this is another big playmaker that they can have off the edge. I'm gonna go
fun. I'm gonna go Delane. I'm gonna say that they shocked the world because I think that is their biggest need. After trading McDuffie, I think they want to make sure that they are getting the number one corner in the draft. And I think there was a chance that right in front of them, New Orleans was considering doing the same thing. Yeah. So I think they were trying to jump ahead, or I could see Caleb Downs though too.
Dude, it's tough because I think Kansas City, if you were thinking Jordan Tyson, Washington makes sense to go grab him. So does New Orleans. Both of those teams have been rumored to go wide receiver. They want another guy. If you got to jump to go get your guy, you jump those two teams to get Jordan Tyson. It's just a matter of And if you go trade up for Jordan Tyson, that's just further cements that you believe in him as a player. You're not worried about the injury history, and you're ready to let him be the guy. So this is going to be very telling, I think, with Kansas City. If it's Jordan Tyson, I think a lot of people are going to start debating on whether or not Tyson needs to be the wide receiver 1. I think
I think it's a fair debate. I think it's a fair debate. I think it's a fair debate at that point. For you, it's obviously easy. He was already your 1.
Yeah.
That makes it easy. It's harder for the people that had him at 2 or 3. Now you have to start asking those questions.
I actually really do like the Tennessee landing spot for Tate. That actually, funny enough, because a lot of people probably don't look at Tennessee and say that's a great landing spot. Mm-hmm. For me, it's like that is the best case scenario that I've been painting for Carnell Tate. There's no target competition. There's, a perfect scheme fit, I think, with the arm talent and stuff of Cam Ward. So to me, it is closer. I think Tate, it's not the de facto Jordan Tyson. It's still Jordan Tyson, number 1. Don't get that, that twisted. But it's not the de facto no ifs, ands, or buts. I think Tate is right there.
So here's the compensation. So it was 9, 74, and 148. So that's what, a third?
A first, a third, and a fifth or a sixth. Yeah.
I think that's a fifth.
It's not a ton.
It's only 3 spots in a range where people feel like all the players are somewhat equal skill-wise. If the Browns think they can get the exact same player at 6 or at 9 that they thought they could get at 6, then it's worth it. If you lose the player that you wanted and somebody dekes you, that's when you're like, well, crap.
And Cleveland now moves themselves out of potential Jordan Tyson territory, so I don't have to worry about that.
First, he might. We'll see. It's going to be really interesting to see where Jordan Tyson goes. I'm really curious because that's the hard part about right before the draft is the narrative had changed multiple times on Jordan Tyson.
The narrative was garbage.
What's the true narrative though? That when it changes that much, what's the true narrative?
The narrative was garbage. People were overreacting, and then he goes out and gets on the football field, and people remember this kid can play some football. That's what happened, man. Like,
look, I'm just saying.
Prospect fatigue with Jordan Tyson. He's been the guy that we've talked about in this class for years as one of the top wide receivers in this class. It hasn't changed.
Yeah. No, look, I hear you. I'm just saying, what's real?
Let me defend my guy.
What's real?
Sal says,
hold on, the pick's in.
Wow.
Oh, Delane did go.
Good call.
Look at that. Okay, so they jumped up to get the cornerback 1 in this draft class. Interesting pick. That feels like a reach, but look, we heard that the Washington Commanders wanted defense.
Did you just spoil? Pete just spoiled picks. What are we doing, Pete?
Pete spoiled a pick?
I had it queued up.
What are we doing, Pete?
Did you just ban yourself from the stream, Pete?
And Pete's tilting because that's the guy he told me he didn't want his Commanders to pick.
The funny thing is I didn't see it.
I'm so sorry, chat. I did not mean to.
I missed it.
Wow. We said ban Pete. Chat, ban Pete.
I am so sorry.
I did not see it, so I will still be surprised. So obviously you can't guess the next one.
Yeah.
I don't even know who to pick because I didn't know who Pete didn't want. I'm not quite sure who that was.
It makes sense, but that's unfortunate because I wanted Jordan Tyson. It's not Jordan Tyson.
Okay, it's not Jordan Tyson. Well, there you go. Interesting. I wonder who goes there. It could be Mekhi Lemon. I'm trying to think of all the possible. I think they went defense though. I'm guessing it's Sonny Styles. If I had to guess, I could see them going Caleb Downs, but I think Sonny Styles feels like a Dan Quinn kind of guy. So that's what I'm gonna guess. I could totally be wrong though. That's so funny that.
Well, I can't confirm or deny, but he ran the pick 7.
It came up and you said the name, and I was like, "That's 2 different names."
That's not the guy.
Oh no.
Wow. That's fantastic and terrible.
Trade Pete for Matt.
Dan, don't wish that upon me, bro. He says Browns are still getting Tyson with a straight face. Please don't wish that upon me.
Bro, they can support a wide receiver 1. It's been done.
Jerry Jeudy doesn't count.
Does Amari Cooper?
Yeah.
Thank you, JP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That wasn't the same quarterback.
Yeah, the Commanders pick is in, guys.
Yeah, I wonder who it is.
I genuinely do not know. My guess was Sonny Styles, but
JB, he's doing good, but we still should ban him.
No, because then I got to run that stuff. Anytime Pete's out of town, it makes my life so hard. Please don't ban Pete. I need him. If
it was his rule. He said if you tip, then you get banned, and he did it. So
good thing I'm not watching with the YouTube account right now.
Yeah.
Oh man, Shregs is gonna be all over you.
JP might be my burner, by the way.
Yeah. Giving yourself a pat on the back, huh?
You're doing fine.
Don't worry about it, man. Okay, that's interesting for Kansas City. I mean, we've talked about and Sal says it there. They lost McDuffie.
I got a bad
you go get a guy
that Tyson's going to go to New Orleans. That's my.
You think Jordan Tyson?
Yeah.
I don't think it's the worst landing spot.
I would much rather have the Browns.
The funny thing is, I don't think Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson are drastically different receivers.
I don't think they're too different either. I think they're both super talented.
They're both very, very talented, and that's a nice boost for Shuck.
Yeah,
Pete's doppelganger over here.
Yeah, and if Shuck, you'll find out very quickly if he's not your guy, because if you have all that talent around him, then you'll find out very quickly.
Absolutely, they just added Travis
Etienne / whatever you want to call him.
Yeah. Oh man! All right, I'm excited to find out who this pick is after all the drama on the stream around this pick.
Of course, I spoiled my team's pick too. That's great.
Yeah, I felt like we already passed this pick, but it's probably just because I saw it 5 minutes ago.
All right. There's a good chance that was it. All right.
Been nice knowing you.
Well, I know that he doesn't go here. So Tyson to New Orleans or Cleveland is still very much so in play.
Yeah, same with the
Giants.
Giants.
And then the Giants at 10.
Yeah.
Could very well be the case. I think Cleveland is going offensive line. I think they kind of had a good heart or pulse, I should say, on this, knowing that, you know what, I think offensive line is going to fall a little bit.
Yeah.
We want to get to the front of the run.
Okay, the pick's in.
We're doing something else beforehand though. That can be tricky.
Yeah,
when they
I've
do
been
the pick.
trying to time it up, like the graphic up to the name.
Yeah,
I totally nailed it last time. By the way,
it doesn't help when Adam Schefter and these guys are tweeting it 19 minutes before the pick is made on TV.
Yeah, that is kind of the worst.
I mean,
I keep my phone on draft day. I don't know about you guys. I keep my phone on do not disturb, but it's usually because I'm streaming while I'm doing it.
I should. My wife has tried to call me multiple times, so I probably should.
Sorry, honey, I'm working.
I know. I feel bad. All she needed was help getting something set up. I'm like, I can't help you.
I told my wife, and maybe you're a nicer husband than I am, but I told my wife, sorry, probably not going to be able to call you all weekend. I'm with the guys.
Oh, see, I couldn't do that.
It's just text, no calls.
All right, here's the pick. Sonny Styles. All right, it is Sonny Styles. There's the pick. Freak athlete. I think he's a very good player, but as an Ohio State fan, he's not Arvell Reese.
Yeah.
Arvell Reese to me was the far superior player. And honestly, I would have rather Caleb Downs. So instead of us talking about this one, Pete, I'd like to hear your thoughts genuinely on this. And if you did not want this pick, which it sounds like you did not, who did you want?
Dan, you're the man, dude.
I wanted big thing I wanted was a wide receiver. But I don't know. I don't like taking these athletic freaks with bad production. He's
this production wasn't horrible though.
He had 1 sack.
but that's not his game. He's not an edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually guys that play on the inside don't have a ton of sacks.
Okay. Here's your other argument. He had 1 interception.
What's the production? Tell me what the production is, Garrett.
His job is to make tackles, guys.
I know.
As a linebacker, as a former collegiate linebacker, your job is to make tackles.
Wow. All right, dude.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, I hope I'm wrong, but I wanted a Tyson or Lemon.
I'm not saying, I'm not defending the pick. I would not have picked Sonny Styles either. I do not think that was the right pick. I think Arvell Reese was a much better player. I think we are drafting more off traits than anything else.
Yeah.
Or off, I shouldn't even say traits.
That's
off athletic ability.
I don't like drafting athletic linebackers.
Yeah.
Like Micah Parsons, someone like that. But the last athletic linebacker that we drafted was, why am I blanking on his name? It was the Micah Parsons draft.
I don't even remember. I was going to be
Kentucky.
LeVar
Jamin Davis. It was Jamin Davis. So
yes.
I have really bad
flashback.
Jamin.
Yeah.
There you go. He was so bad he didn't even remember his name.
Well, that tells you a lot if you can't remember who you drafted.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
All
right, Saints pick.
If you were to ask our good buddy Jagger, he said Sonny Styles is not a top 10 pick, and there you go, Pete.
There we go. All All right. Who's the pick here?
It's a wide receiver. It's Tyson or Lemon. It's one of those two, but
I think it's probably receiver as well. That's what I lean toward. I would not be shocked, though, to see another Ohio State player go here, though. I would not be shocked if we get a Caleb Downs pick at this spot.
Yeah.
And they could use offensive line as well.
Why is Dallas? Dallas has been talked about as wanting to move up and get a defensive playmaker. Bain is still there.
Bain is still on the board.
Downs is still there.
T-Rex arms.
Dallas should be calling.
And maybe they are. Maybe they're just not offering enough.
Yeah. Jerry said 3 first-round picks for you to give them back to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go with Caleb Downs on this one.
I'm going Tyson.
You're going Tyson?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. 2 very similar style players, but obviously could be interchangeable. No, as far as Olave and and Jordan Addison.
I was about to say, fact check.
Hard to compare defensive and offensive players as the same style.
Sal says was an interesting pick from Washington. He says he thought they needed offensive line to protect Jaden Daniels.
See, here's the thing that people don't really talk about is Commanders need pretty much
everything.
They need a lot.
Well, okay, let me ask you guys this, though. We didn't really talk about this when Jeremiah Love was picked number 3. What do you do with Rachaad White right now in Dynasty?
I mean, obviously, dodged a bit of a bullet there. I think for me, he's not a talented enough player to say that those other 3 running backs would not be a thorn in his side, though.
Or are we back in on JCM?
I'm going to break in here and say we are at about 36 likes and we have over 160 people watching right now. Let's get those numbers up.
Baby. Yeah, come on, guys. If you're hanging out with us, eating pizza, eating wings, drinking beer, listen to us talk fantasy football talk during the NFL draft, at least hit the like button.
Also,
to be fair, I don't even think I've liked it.
Chat, please let me know if there's a poll that you would like me to put up, and I will put up a poll.
Put up a poll. Should Pete be banned or should he not?
That's 100% what I was going to say. Should we ban Pete? Yes or no? Please vote no. Please vote no. I need Pete.
Vote yes.
Andrew's going to have to do it then because I ain't doing it. All right. Oh, we got Fernando Mendoza now being interviewed. Look at this. This is even a real commercial.
Fun fact about Fernando Mendoza. Fernando Mendoza's LinkedIn has more subscribers or more followers than any prospect in this year's draft class. Any social media they have, Instagram, X, whatever.
TikTok,
his
everything.
LinkedIn has more than anybody not named Carnell Tate.
That's pretty impressive.
A LinkedIn
of all places. I mean,
go get that job, Mendoza.
Hey, good for him, bro. Good for him.
Real professional guy.
I wonder, he does strike me as the type that like when an NFL career is over, and hopefully it's a long, great career, 18-year career, Super Bowls, whatever. But after that, like he does strike me as the kind of guy that like would love to enter an NFL front office.
I saw that, Pete. I'll vote yes, but only if Andrew has to take over the tech. Hey, I manage my own streams every once in a while. Come on, man.
Oh, man. Pete gets a 5 major game misconduct, 5-minute. The penalty box is on the couch between Rich and Matt.
Ooh. You don't want to be next to Rich right now. That's not the place to be. Promise you that.
Yeah. So any big risers, fallers right there?
I mean, right now we've only had 3 with Mendoza, 3 fantasy relevant guys that have gone so far. I don't think this changes my vibes on any of them.
I don't think so.
These are all good landing spots. None of them are like, oh my gosh, crazy good, but they're all very solid spots. So for me, I don't see anything changing drastically for me.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree here. I'm actually pulling up because I kind of did some pre-draft landing spot grades, and I just was going to go look and kind of see these grades that I gave. For the running backs, I had Arizona as a C+ grade. That was kind of for anybody not named Jeremiah Love. Sure, Jeremiah Love kind of defies the odds of whatever the grade is, so I kind of feel like that's irrelevant for the most part. I had the Tennessee Titans as an A landing spot for a wide receiver. Okay. And so, I kind of have already said that I love that spot for Tate. I think it's still, one of the best spots possible. What else do we have there? Is it really just those guys and then Mendoza?
We're at pick 8.
Yeah, we've only had the 2 receivers.
And well, Mendoza with the Raiders, that was an A.
Receiver, running back, and quarterback.
A+ because of lack of other talent on that roster, and that was pretty easy. So, yeah, for the most part, it's, been just fine. I don't think there's anything crazy.
Yeah, the Titans landing spot for Tate, I like.
I love it.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Tate kind of reminds me of Ridley, right?
I mean, I think there is some Ridley in his game. Ridley was obviously a very good route runner.
And he was great on the Titans.
No. He broke his leg on the Titans. So
we're getting the pick in.
So that's the thing. I don't know what Ridley we're getting back. I wondered if that was a career for him. So the fact that we're getting him back, we'll see what happens. But we've got the commish now up to the podium. Let's see if it's offense, defense. Where are we going here? It's taking a sweet time. Oh, they got to finish Sweet Caroline first.
All right, New Orleans. We've seen Bane mocked here before too, though.
We have. There it is. Your boy went there. All right. How do you feel about Jordan Tyson to the New Orleans Saints?
50-50. I've been not the strongest of believers in Tyler Shuck.
Okay.
You go to a spot where I do think Chris Olave is obviously a massive threat for target volume.
Mm-hmm.
So it is an interesting fit. It does make me debate with how much I like the Tennessee Titans spot and how I had all of these wide receivers in the same tier.
Because you had the top 3 kind of all in a tier, right?
It just was Tyson, Tate, Lemon back to back to back in my rankings.
Okay.
This Titans landing spot does kind of make me want to move Tate number 1.
I could see that. Because, I mean, realistically, while this is not a terrible landing spot, there is target competition, and there probably will be for the foreseeable future. And we don't have a top tier quarterback.
Correct.
We have a guy that we saw potential from, and it would not shock me if he ends up being, at least a middling starter for a few years. But when you look at some of the other quarterbacks that were potentially there, you would feel a little bit better about Cam Ward.
Yep.
You would feel a pretty good amount better, I think, about Jordan than Jackson Dart. And you would feel way better with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
So I think that's the hard part. Obviously Cleveland, not as good of a quarterback situation, but less target competition. So, I mean, of all of the spots, there is a world where you could say this was on the lower end. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a range here. And this was in the range of outcomes. It could have been Tate. It could have been Tyson. It could have been Lemon. Still could be Lemon. But it's cool to see the emotion here from Jordan Tyson. But
for sure, I respect it,
especially because I think his draft cycle, the narratives were, like you said, all over the place, kind of crazy. Yep. So it's cool to see that he still gets that draft capital.
Yep. He looks almost angry right now.
Well, that's kind of what I want from you. If you want to go prove some people wrong, let's do it.
Yep.
But yeah, I think the reality for me is you got to ask yourself the question. And there was a range here where you were going to have guys that are talented wide receivers in this year's draft class that were potentially at risk of becoming a high-end number 2, like a Devonta Smith or a T. Higgins, because of the teams that we're picking here in this range. The Giants being one of them. We know Malik Neighbors. I don't think any of us are going to call any of these wide receivers in this year's draft class a better player than what Malik Neighbors is.
Right.
Same thing can be said for the Chris Olave landing spot. The same thing can be said for what's the other landing spot here? The Jets were a landing spot here where it's I don't think any of these guys are better than Garrett Wilson.
Right.
So there was risk for some of these guys. Tyson's the first one to see that, where high-end wide receiver 2 for his team is in the range of outcomes, but I question him becoming a better target earner than Chris Olave, and I think Chris Olave is the better player.
And I'd like to see, and while we're talking, I'm actually going to look it up. Where was New Orleans as far as pace of play last year? Like how many?
I'm not sure.
And what were their splits, run versus pass? Will that change this year with the addition of Travis Etienne and that kind of stuff? So I think these are things that are all going to be. Oh, I saw that. Oh, I didn't mean to see that. I know this one now.
Well, don't tell me now.
Which wouldn't have been my choice, but I'm okay with it. Okay. So for what it's worth.
Yeah, once I saw you creep because I had to keep it up.
Yeah.
To export the photo, and it takes a little bit to export. So I saw you started looking over, and I was like,
dang it. Yeah, I saw who it is. But I'm not upset. That would not be my pick, but I'm not upset about it.
Traded.
You know, that bumps me out a little bit. The Jordan Tyson's kind of bumming me out a little bit.
Really?
It's a bad landing spot. I hate it.
What did I have that as? I want to see
Juwan Johnson there, man.
Wide receivers.
Andrews sell.
The New Orleans Saints. I had that.
Juwan Johnson.
So, yeah. There you go.
I had it as an A landing spot.
You second guessing that now? Feels more like a B landing spot to me.
You're probably right. B plus was what I had the Giants. That feels kind of similar to the Saints, right?
We are.
I would say very similar.
We are over 200 viewers right now. Thank you guys.
Clearly, no number 2. I like Kellen Moore as a play caller. It's just I'm wondering about the high end range of outcomes because here's the reality, and maybe you guys think about it different. Tell me if you do. When I'm thinking fantasy football, Dynasty fantasy football specifically, I think most of us play PPR leagues these days. Nobody's really playing standard. At least half. Target volume, target share, opportunity from day one is an enticing thing that I'm looking for. Okay. I'm nervous about Tyson's for that. Okay. Makes sense.
It makes sense.
Makes sense.
I'm still not convinced he is a true left tackle. That is my only concern for the Browns because that's really what they need is a left tackle. But he is a guy that profiles as somebody that could go anywhere on the offensive line.
Shout out Spanish Fork, baby.
There you go. There you go.
I got family in Spanish Fork.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Look at that. So for me, like it makes sense. It's a logical fit. I have no problem with it. That was the hard part about this year's draft was there didn't seem to be a dominant left tackle for them to go after. So is it a guy that is a tweener? Yeah. Does he end up maybe being a guard and maybe in the future they're still looking for their left tackle? Yeah, that's a real possibility. I was listening to Joe Thomas talk the other day, and people talk about like shifting from right tackle to left tackle. How big of a deal is that? And he said he thinks that's a little overblown. If you can make the movement at one, you can make the movement at the other. So we'll see how all of this ends up playing out for Fano. But I mean, they were even saying that he was taking some snaps at center.
Yeah.
So it sounds like a guy that can play anywhere. I just hope he can be efficient enough at one to be, if you're drafting him in the top 10, you want him to be a Pro Bowl caliber player. I hope that's 100%. What he can end up being. But,
yeah. I mean, you get to those questions where it's like, a guy who can kind of do everything always sounds good until you realize it's a guy who maybe can't do anything great. And so that's kind of the question, I think, with Fanu. But the reality is, too, my Quinshon Judkins shares are a little bit happier right now.
100%. And that's the thing. The Browns really intentionally spent all offseason rebuilding that offensive line. And whoever
is in for the Giants already, huh?
They were ready. They were ready to go.
The graphic's not ready yet.
It's not? Makes sense for them, too. All offensive line, I know that Pete said the graphic's not ready. It's Francis Mauigoa. Makes sense. They need to go get offensive line as well, but we kind of thought this would be an offensive skill player.
We thought there was a chance, yeah.
And it wasn't.
No, they went offensive line, defensive line, which does not surprise me with John Harbaugh. Like, that does feel like a very John Harbaugh type of move. I think we get our next skill position player here
at Miami
with the Miami Dolphins.
Lemon?
I think Lemon's going here.
Now, here's the question, and this is hurting my heart the more and more we talk about it, but this is the reality of when we rank these guys in tiers, those tiers can shake up. If Lemon is in Miami, is he in a better landing spot than Carnell?
In a sense, yes, because of the potential target volume. They're going to be behind every game.
But you wouldn't move him over him.
Well, I already have Lemon over Tyson.
I'm saying over Tate.
Oh, not over Tate. Sorry. No, not over Tate. No, Tate. Oh, it's a trade. Cowboys are in. Ooh. They traded up one pick.
Caleb Downs?
It's got to be Caleb Downs.
Maybe they thought Miami was
or
going Downs. Oh, Bain. I forgot Bain's not been taken off the board.
Bain's not been taken. I think it's Downs, though. I think it's Downs. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Interesting.
Well,
okay. That does make it. I mean, Lemon can still go 12 to Miami if Miami just moved down the one spot. But they didn't get moved off the board. Is 12 still Dallas?
Did they trade their later pick up there?
That's what I'm wondering.
Did they trade pick 20? Or is
that would be insane. Back-to-back Dallas picks right here. That would be nuts.
Well, what that's telling me is
swapped.
Okay, it's officially swapped. Okay. All right. What this also could be is Miami saying, like, we are 100% going Lemon unless you make a trade with us. Saying, basically, we like KC just as much, or whoever it is. Like, we like them just as much. Forcing Dallas to move up because maybe they are moving on from George Pickens.
Yeah, they could be. And I think that's been the big question with Pickens too is, and Pete, you and I were talking about this today at the airport.
Yeah.
Jerry's been playing hardball with this contract extension for George Pickens. It seems like he doesn't really want to pay George Pickens the money. Why do you trade for Pickens in a contract year knowing that he's going to be asking for some money if your intention is not to pay him? Was it always a one-year rental for Jerry, or is there more behind the scenes that he's not letting on?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. We'll find out with this pick.
Yeah. So Dolphins get 1,277 and 180. Thanks, Ted.
So like a 5th and 6th?
5th and a 6th for the one spot.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So going back to Tyson real quick, before we find out any more skill position players, I did look it up. So maybe this will make you feel a little bit better.
Okay.
Pace of play, when we're looking at total number of plays per game, New Orleans was actually 10th last year. So they did play a little bit of a faster brand of football. And then when we look at pass versus run, New Orleans was actually 5th in pass attempt or percentage of pass plays that were passed, or percentage of total plays that were passes, nearly 60%. So
it makes sense in a Kellen Moore offense. You know, hearing the numbers do make you feel a little bit better. There's room for
two players
to be productive, but it does still lead me to the spot of, is it Devonta Smith, T. Higgins? Is that what we're looking at here with him as a high-end number 2? But for fantasy football...
That's not a terrible thing, though.
It's not a terrible thing. But for fantasy football, we're chasing, especially when we're using the rookie pick 103, 104, 105, we're chasing top 12. We want top 12 producers. We haven't seen that happen from Devonta Smith. We haven't seen that happen from T. Higgins, if I'm not mistaken.
On a per-game basis, yes, but never total on the year.
Exactly. So...
Devonta Smith did do it once. He was wide receiver 8 or 9 in 2020, his second year.
Okay. So it does make you question where the ceiling is.
Sure.
But maybe it makes you feel better about the floor for Tyson.
It does. I think when you look at those kind of numbers, you're like, okay, total volume is going to be there because they're going to pass the ball more. And the percentage of those plays are there. You know, they're going to run more plays than other teams are going to run. So that does make you feel a little bit better. Now, who knows if that changes? Maybe it was just because last year Alvin Kamara wasn't himself, and then they're running out Devin Neal, and who knows who else? Kendra Miller.
Awful.
Like they didn't have a lot there, so maybe it was somewhat out of necessity. But this team still does not strike me as a team with a dominant defense. They're going to be playing from behind. They're going to be playing catch up more often than not.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree. It does. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens here with Lemon, because I think for most people, not just myself, I think for most people, these receivers were all very close. And it's going to be interesting to see how people start to shake it up now that we're starting to get some clarity.
Yep, absolutely. All right.
What are your thoughts on that trade? Like trading those, I mean, they're late picks, but still to move up one.
You don't see that a ton where teams move up one spot. So they genuinely were worried about who Miami was going to take.
And when there's not an obvious faller either. I feel like there isn't one. Is there?
Bain.
Is Bain an obvious
and
faller?
Caleb Downs.
Okay.
Bain and Downs would be the two best players available, I think. But here's the issue with a team like Miami. They need everything. There's not a position that they can't draft. They have to draft every position.
A great move for them.
So for them, it's like if Dallas has any sort of worry that maybe Miami wants a guy that they want, they know that they have the luxury of drafting anybody.
And it might not even be who Miami was going to take. It might be, hey, there is another team calling about jumping you.
Yes, to go get your guy.
Yeah. So that's a possibility as well, to like make sure someone doesn't jump into that spot and get who they were going to take. I think this is Caleb Downs.
Good point.
The more I talk about it, and the more I think about it, I think this is Caleb Downs. Could it be Lemon if the whole George Pickens thing isn't happening? It's possible. Could there be somebody out of left field that could it be? Could it still be Bain? Yes. I think it is Caleb Downs if I had to pick right now.
Okay, Chad. Quick question. Do we prefer this camera angle for the announcement slide? This angle. 1 or 2?
If I had vote,
this is 2.
If I had a vote, I would say 2. I like 2 better.
Okay.
I like all 3 of us.
Okay, we'll change it to 2 unless if chat changes their
I wonder if we move that one to this side next time if we're gonna do it, so that way it's not like a awkward angle. Just a thought.
Oh, it's just your face.
Just my face is an awkward angle.
Yeah.
Your face is a weird angle.
Ban him.
Got him. Oh, it's 2 fifths. Okay, so it must be the other one's a really late fifth.
Yeah,
I didn't do the math, and there's comp picks and all that. It's hard to know.
Yeah, man.
Big mistake. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Elephant.
I do think this is Caleb Downs. Who are you going with?
I'll go Bain.
You're gonna go Bain?
Bain or Downs. It's one of the 2, but I'll just go Bain to be different.
Okay. I respect it. I've been there. There it is.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That makes sense. So somebody must have been saying, and honestly, this is a dream scenario for the Cowboys. I did not think that they were going to even have the opportunity to get him. So I think that is a dream scenario for the Cowboys to be able to get him there. Yeah, they had to trade up to make it happen, but I think it's absolutely fantastic scenario for them. And there must have been a team that was lower that was looking to trade up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the luxury. I mean, kind of what you were saying, Pete, is the fact that they need everything makes Miami the perfect team to call and say, hey, you want some more picks?
Yeah.
Because we're trying to come up and get
more
a guy.
shots at the gun.
And so, yeah, anybody could have been trying to come up and grab Caleb if Dallas felt like it. Or Dallas said, you know what? I don't want to wait another 10 minutes. I'm good. I'm doing it right now.
I mean, maybe.
Jerry seems impatient sometimes.
I mean, when you're that close to death, you don't have time to wait.
I might not be here for this big.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Wow, that's dark.
He's not young. How old is he? He's in his 80s, right?
No, he's 78.
That's very specific for you to know that right off the top of your head. That'd be pretty impressive. I think you're just BSing and you're hoping you're right.
Chat, back me up.
Chat, back me up. I'm looking it up now. I got my iPad in front of me. How old is Jerry Jones?
Too old.
Jerry.
I don't know if I ever saw, Pete, the 2 camera angles on my stream, but maybe I wasn't paying attention.
83. 83.
I'm trying to keep up with chat, keep up with my rankings and stuff like that.
I said 83.
Maybe I missed it.
You said 78. You said he's not 80s. He's 78.
Now I'm getting hit with a damn ad.
That's how it goes.
On my own stream. I probably shouldn't skip it on my own stream, right?
No, get that money, bro.
Let it play.
Get that money.
Infinite money glitch.
That's
just
right.
watch your streams and then just play all the ads.
Yeah, play it through. Maybe even order stuff from some of those sites. Whatever. All right. Who's the next player off the board for fantasy football purposes? Probably Lemon, right?
It's probably Lemon. I mean, I'm trying to think of like fantasy relevant guys. Unless I have talked about this. Now, shout out Competitive Edge, who's been, in the chat here today. He's in a Dynasty league with me, and we were talking about, is Kenyon Sadiq in Miami interesting?
Ugh.
I don't hate that. I mean, I talked about
Darren Waller was balling last year.
Well, and I talked about who was the comp. It was Jonnu Smith in Miami.
Yeah, maybe it's just Kenyon Sadiq in Miami.
Mike McDaniels ain't there no more.
He's not
there no more.
But nobody's
there no more.
Nobody.
Do you think Jonnu Smith would be that good if he was the number 1 target?
Let me ask you this, Pete. If Kenyon Sadiq is the only receiving target there, what do we chase for tight ends?
It's going to be the sickest 600 yards of receiving.
As a rookie, I would take that.
And it might be 85 receptions as a tight end.
Right.
I thought you were going to say touchdowns for a second.
85 touchdowns.
85 touchdowns.
Bro,
Miami might not score 85 touchdowns in the next 2 or 3 years combined.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
But no, it should be Mekhi Lemon here.
I think it is Mekhi Lemon.
And I like it.
I would be totally fine with that. Look, it's about volume.
And unfortunately, that means that volume-wise, Jordan Tyson has the worst situation of the three.
He does, unfortunately. And we'll see where the other guys end up for me. I know that's more of a thing for me than it is for you, because I don't see a scenario for you that he drops outside of your top 3 receivers, right?
Tyson?
Yeah.
No. What
if KC was in KC?
I have Tyson as a different level of talent than Casey Concepcion.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But it would be like the real thing for me has been these 3 receivers that we've been talking about are in the same tier, and the landing spots were kind of going to shape how this ended up looking like for me in Dynasty moving forward. Just purely off of talent, I still think Tyson is the most talented of them, but situation speaks in Dynasty.
For sure.
And, when you have tiers, we always say, it's funny, we were talking about this the other day. Landing spots and draft capital and things shouldn't change it drastically, but it should shape your tiers.
Yes.
It shouldn't move guys up and down from tiers.
Yeah, you shouldn't be changing tiers.
But it should shape them.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, we got the pick.
All right, I think I'm sticking with Lemon on this one. You are as well?
It makes the most sense. They need wide receivers so bad unless they want Jalen Tolbert as the guy.
Malik Washington, baby. Whoa.
Wow.
I respect the concept of they've said the whole time they want to build through the trenches.
They have. This is not the guy.
I don't know that this is the guy though. I mean, did you hear Nick Saban talking about him? Did you hear what Nick Saban said today?
What was Saban
you were on
saying?
the plane, so probably not.
Okay.
So Nick Saban was basically saying some complimentary things about Proctor, but then saying he's not a self-motivator. He's a guy that you need to check in on in the offseason to make sure that he hasn't gained weight and stuff like that. That's not what you want to hear. If he is your anchor left tackle for your franchise, I want the guy that's the first one in there, the hardest worker. If my 5th guy's like that, okay, I expect my number 1 to be keeping my number 5 in check.
Correct.
If he's my number 1, though, he sets the tone.
Wow.
So that's a little scary for me personally. I respect the concept though of building through the trenches. I get it. I understand it. We'll see. He definitely has ceiling, but obviously floor is 100% there.
It's just
the floor is the ground.
The floor is
that would be factually
under
true actually. But this is so interesting for me because you bring over Malik Willis and you preach about this. We're going to build this. We're going to do this. We're going to you're our guy. And you get rid of every weapon he has in the building, damn near. The only guy left is Achane. And is he going to stick around that long? I don't know.
This is low-key kind of good for Achane, though.
Maybe. Johnny says RIP because stacked boxes all year. But if you're Malik Willis, how are you feeling? We just traded Waddle. We got rid of...
Miami has another pick in the 1st.
Lemon won't be there.
Lemon won't be there, but Casey might.
Casey might.
Boston might.
MIA.
The floor is lava. I love it.
Yeah, the floor is lava.
Here's the question, though. Rich Dotson earlier said that he would lose his mind if Mekhi Lemon was a Los Angeles Ram.
I mean...
They're on the clock.
It's right there. I mean, it is right there for the taking. And it's another one where we'll see what year 1 looks like, assuming Adams is still there. Obviously, Puka's not going anywhere. Maybe year 1 is another one of those maybe we got to be patient. But
here's the question, though. If it's not year 1, how many years does Stafford have?
Yes, and that is part of it. The bigger thing is, how many years does McVay have?
I mean,
if McVay's there,
are they a combined package?
I trust it. If McVay's not there,
the quarterback of the future,
Stetson Bennett,
man, the little man that could.
They're not going to beg Jimmy Garoppolo to come back, but they're saying, "Please, will you come back to be our backup quarterback?"
Bro, or do they in round 2 take the Nuss bus?
I wouldn't hate that at all. I think that's a great spot. Ty Simpson here would be awesome too.
Or do they go, "Hey, Indy,
hey, Rich,
tell me about Anthony Richardson"?
Why would they knock on their doors?
Well, because it's more the personal touch.
Get on the plane.
It's kind of like
you have 10 minutes.
It's kind of like the Michael Scott and the gift baskets. It's like that personal touch.
If Lemon was the pick here, how do you view that with Tyson? The target competition is harder than Tyson has.
For me, that it actually makes it really easy for me overall because I already had the order of Tate, Lemon, Tyson. It would just stay exactly the same. It? Yeah.
Over under 2.5 years of Stafford.
Under 2.5.
I'll say under because I think it's 2.
Yeah, because
I don't think it's 1, but I think it's 2.
That's Ty Simpson. If this is the pick, I would love this for Ty. Love this for Ty if this is the fit.
That would be. I mean, that would be huge. Obviously, he's sitting a couple years. You have a Jordan Love situation, but Jordan Love ended up being a very good player.
Keep in mind, Les Snead is one of the guys that was feeding information to Ty Simpson's family saying that he thought he would be a first-round pick this year. Les Snead's family was feeding the information saying they thought he was going to be a first-round pick. Guess who had 2 first-round picks while he was getting that information from Les Snead? The Rams.
But now they only have 1.
So
you got to make it count. Are they willing to dip into their future, or are they more concerned with the present? Because that was the same conversation,
That's
honestly,
a good question.
Around Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
When they took Jordan Love, Michael Pittman Jr. was on the board, T. Higgins was on the board. Like those were players that people were like, oh, they're going to finally take their first round receiver.
Wide receiver, yep.
And then they said, no, we're going to play him for the future. You could argue that was the wrong play. But
you could argue it was the right play.
You could argue it was the right play because Jordan Love been very good. He's been their franchise quarterback.
Yep.
Now they haven't made it super far in the playoffs or anything like that. But like you could argue it was the right pick. But would Packers fans trade that for another Super Bowl or 2? Not saying that would have happened with a T. Higgins.
Yeah,
but
easier said than done.
But you obviously have a much better shot when you have a dominant player like that next to Devontae Adams.
Right.
That would have been absurd. So I think it's a similar type of conversation here is, do we give this team that is poised to make a run at the Super Bowl another weapon, whether that's on offense, whether that's on defense, wherever that is, do we give them another weapon, or are we planning for the next phase? That's what we're about to find out.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And you could even argue that the Rams really don't have any needs. And so they can kind of just best player available this thing however they want. And that's why you're floating names like Ty Simpson, who would come in to be your backup quarterback today. You're floating names like Mekhi Lemon, who would come in to be a role wide receiver alongside Puka and Devontae Adams right now, with the hope of becoming more for you down the line. That's the reality. Another name that would be somewhat interesting, and I have also heard floated around on the Twitter streets before, Kenyon Sadiq to the Rams. Is that interesting?
I would not like that. They have spent so much on, they just re-signed Higbee. They have Ferguson. Like, that would be weird to me. I will say, I got to shout out Dan Eddy. He's been all over the comments. First of all, he said, "Where are the turtles?" which is an elite pull from that Office episode. Second of all, he said, as a Packers fan, that year was a nightmare.
Fair.
So as a Packers fan, was that the right pick? Like, looking back today, make that the poll. Was that, going back to 2020, was the Jordan Love pick the right pick? Should they have gone with the quarterback, or should they have gone elsewhere to help push a Super Bowl run? And I don't know that there's a true right answer to that question.
Yeah.
Like, it's all about perspective. But, we're hearing from a Packers fan here saying, like, didn't love that year.
Yeah.
I currently would say no.
It wasn't the right pick.
If there was a Super Bowl, if there is a Super Bowl that happens in the next 5 years, then yes. But right now, I would say no. Answer one or two.
Yeah, Jordan Love has to win a Super Bowl for it to be worth it, probably.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But right now, I would say it's not. The pick is in the green room. I sure don't see no green.
Dude, I really do hope this. I mean, I've kind of been a closeted Ty Simpson truther a little bit.
I've been more of the Nuss guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a little bit of a closeted Ty Simpson guy, and I would just love this for Ty.
I mean,
I would love this.
He would skyrocket up boards.
Yeah, and I say that because for the people that are listening audio right now, I know somebody said keep us.
I mean, he would for me.
I mean, I have him at 8. I think he would potentially move into 7, depending on where Sadiq goes.
You're gonna have to wait. There it is.
Ty Simpson.
Wow.
So he really jumps up that much
Wow.
for a quarterback that you have to wait 2 years to play?
What
you have to. And
was Aaron Rodgers worth it? Was Jordan Love worth it? Now, I'm not saying he's as good as those.
Wow. Jordan Love, like if you look at the people.
Roll back the tape where I was talking about Les Snead in the first round, Tyson. Yeah. Roll it back, man.
Look, I mean, obviously, fantastic landing spot. The big question is McVay there for him? Like, if McVay's there, this is an amazing pick. If McVay's not there anymore, is it as good of a pick? You know what I mean? Like, are we as excited about it?
I think the fact that Ty Simpson is there makes McVay more likely to
stay,
there.
That he can groom him as the next guy.
Yes.
Side note, our view count went up right after that pick.
Well, as it should.
Who better to learn behind than a Matthew Stafford right now if you're Ty Simpson?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there is not a situation that's better.
None.
Right now. You have an elite offensive-minded head coach. You have a quarterback that has been through every type of scenario, that you could possibly be in, with some of the worst teams in the NFL to some of the best teams, to Super Bowl winning teams. Like, he's done it all. He's a veteran guy. Like, I mean, this is crazy. Look, this is all about patience. Like, how long are you willing to wait? Because realistically, I don't think he's the quarterback next year.
Sean says, has a quarterback's fantasy value jumped as much as Simpson's has right now? Folks, he was my QB 2 in this class. He was my number 8 overall player pre-show, before the NFL draft started. I don't know if I can move him much higher, but he is right here, now.
I mean, for me, he wasn't in my top 12, but it was with the preface of, like, if he goes in the first round, he's going to probably sneak into my top 12.
Yes.
For me right now, I got to see where all the rest of the dust settles. But there's not a better scenario if you are a contender right now, like a legit contender without huge needs. I mean, what an amazing guy to just sit and let cook for a couple years.
If KC goes to KC,
who
are you picking?
I always still take Casey Concepcion.
Okay, if
would you?
Are we frozen, by the way? Are we frozen?
Oh, we might be. We might be.
Can you guys hear us in the chat?
Too many people tuning in. Too many people are excited.
Back, right?
I think we're back. We're back.
And we back.
Yeah, I think we froze for a second. But yeah, I mean, to echo, everything that we just said. Ty Simpson's moving up boards for most people. I think the general public was not as high on him as maybe I had him in the pre-draft rankings. But, I mean, this is a guy, Garrett, you have to take him in the first round of your rookie drafts. 100%. You do not let a guy who's getting top 15 NFL draft capital to a situation like the Los Angeles Rams in a super flex format fall out of your top 12, let alone I think your top 10. In a draft like this, he's a top 10 pick.
So, also, there was a report that just came out that the Rams contacted Stafford this morning to let him know this is not competition, but this is the next step. So it's good to see that they're not the Falcons.
Yeah, blindsiding people.
Yeah, but I think that there is a plan in mind for this.
Yeah, I mean,
this is awesome. This is awesome.
This is, I mean, and I mentioned, I don't know if everyone's able to hear, but realistically, if you are a contending team right now, if you're sitting at pick 10, 11, 12, and you're coming into the draft like, I don't have any real needs. I don't have any obvious holes that I need to fill. What a great asset to be able to draft that is only going to gain value. You don't even have, think about at the beginning, what Jordan Love dipped to very little value, during the time we were waiting on him.
New poll just up.
So, and then as soon as he got the job again, skyrocketed up in value and then just kept rising and rising, obviously. But if you can't get him now, wait a little bit, because here's what's going to happen. People are going to get impatient, even though they drafted him knowing that this was going to happen. They're going to get impatient. If he is not the starter by next year, all of a sudden he's going to be a little bit cheaper and a little bit cheaper and a little bit cheaper. That's going to be an amazing time to buy if you cannot get him now.
I think the reality of this at the moment is we're getting a small temporary. The first round is only halfway done. But we're getting a small temporary uptick in value for that 108 to 109-ish range where you can get a first-round quarterback. Now, to give you guys some idea on the hit rates for first-round QBs, over the last couple of seasons, A first-round quarterback producing a top 12 fantasy football season has been a 60% hit rate. That's as good as basically any other position for the most part. The only others are first-round running backs and first-round tight ends actually that have been better.
The pick is...
Oh, yeah. Vega is a great pick for them.
Great pick.
Makes a lot of sense. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are disappointed, specifically Tampa Bay, because I think Tampa Bay really, really wanted him. He was a very common pick for the Buccaneers. Looks like the Buccaneers pick's already in too. So they've already got their guy ready. So where's the next? It looks like.
Folks, are we missing something here on Ruben Bain?
Yeah, that's true.
He's got tiny arms, man.
Who cares?
I mean, that could end up being an awesome pick for the Bucs.
It would be an awesome pick. I mean, I think Todd Bowles would be super excited if that. I think that might be why the pick is in right now. Usually the Ravens are the ones that are cleaning up those fallers, like of these elite prospects.
But I don't mind the Vega pick at all.
I don't mind it either, but we're kind of in worry territory right now. At 16, we got the Jets and Mekhi Lemons on the board.
I mean,
is that worry territory for you?
I don't love it. I don't want him to go there. But what a great situation for whoever their quarterback ends up being.
I do, if I remember,
it's Dante Moore.
I think the prop on at least DraftKings for Lemon was 15.5.
Okay.
So this is kind of where people, at least the bettors, have been seeing them.
Interesting.
Wow, man. I still can't get over the Ty Simpson. I mean, I thought it was in the range of outcomes, and we've talked about it, I think, ad nauseum at times, saying the Rams would be a great spot for him, but that's just the best case scenario possible for those super flex drafts for us this year, to get another first round quarterback with that high of draft capital. I mean, we couldn't ask for more in a class that's weak at QB. That's what we needed.
That's a nice boost.
And that opens up Nussmeier for early day 2
or late
first round.
Late first round. This was the exact scenario we were talking about at the beginning, Andrew, where if there was a team that surprises us, Taysom, we said the Jets at 16, but similar range at 13 here. Now the Jets are on notice as a team that could take them. The Browns on notice as a team that could take them. But specifically, some of those teams in the early second that might say, I want that 5th year.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to trade in to get that. Now, I do find that a little silly personally, the whole 5th year thing, because most good quarterbacks are like signing before that 5th year anyway. Yeah. So I find that silly. Honestly, I think more teams, if there's a running back that's worth it, should be doing that. That's where the value is getting a 5th year on that running back, because for many of those guys, you're like, after year 5, you're like, all right, go ahead and test free agency.
Yeah.
Like you want 4, you'll do 5. And maybe if they're great, you'll give them a 2nd year of that. But
how do you think the Cardinals are feeling right now?
I mean,
do you think there was smoke with Ty Simpson, them wanting to trade back, getting them?
I don't think it was smoke.
Is it Garrett Nussmeier time in the 2nd round for him? Or?
Well, that's what we were just talking about. We were just talking about Nussmeier and like, could there be a team that trades up into the early part of the 1st to potentially get him? So I do think Nussmeier I am not ruling out there being another quarterback, specifically Garrett Nussmeier, going in the 1st round.
I like this comment here from Honestly Me. Says, I'll be selling all Simpson shares off the hype. That's, again, keep in mind, I'm saying this is great for us in Superflex drafts because it gives us more reason to have value in that mid to late parts of the round. It's not to necessarily tell you that you have to draft Ty Simpson or that Ty Simpson's going to be successful for the Rams. I think it's the best landing spot for Ty Simpson. However, it does give you a window here to potentially move that first and go from there.
Sorry, Pete's getting grossed out over this napkin that he realized
it was actually my napkin that was grossed out.
He was like looking at me like I did something.
My point there was it's opening up a window for us to capitalize in trades.
It just gives us more value.
As the video editor, I'm very excited that we're going to have interesting things to make content about.
For sure.
Up, and there's going to be hype about this, right?
Yeah.
There should be. There absolutely should be. I mean, this is what you want. You want, even if it doesn't pan out to be anything.
Yeah.
You want hype. Yes. And this gives us hype. Same thing with Jeremiah going early.
Yes.
It gives us hype. If Jadarian Price or somebody like that sneaks in at 32, it just gives us hype.
What were we saying before show? We said, I don't think they should, nor do I think it's the best decision. But if somebody were to rip a running back today, it just opens a door for us to sell those picks that we haven't been able to sell for the last 3 months because people tell us this class is garbage.
Yes.
People have said
people
this
are
class
us,
is
by the
trash. We've been part of those people. But once it gets exciting and you start seeing landing spots and guys like Simpson move up boards, guys like Jadarian Price or Omar Cooper or Denzel Boston or whatever are starting to move up boards rapidly, now we can start selling picks.
Yep, absolutely. Apparently, we have Christian Watson in the chat right now.
Shout out Christian Watson, man.
Yeah, Christian Watson. Let's go.
Got hit by a bazooka.
NDSU legend.
Oh, man. All right. So,
how are you feeling about your over/under 5.5 wide receiver prop right now?
I'm still okay. I mean, obviously, if Lemon would have gone at 11 or 12 there, you would have felt better about it. But realistically, I thought most of these guys were going to be going in the 20s anyway. So that doesn't faze me too much.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's still the swing guy. Like the swings to that bet would be Boston and Cooper. And so to me, we still don't know. I expected these guys to, for the most part, Tyson Lemon. I kind of expected Lemon to be gone by now.
I thought there was a chance. I am not going to rule out. Let me say this. And I remember making this comment, and obviously my nerd score reflects this, that I didn't see a huge difference between Omar Cooper and Mekhi Lemon.
Okay.
Is there a chance that maybe Lemon isn't the next receiver off the board? Maybe some of the interview stuff threw people off. Maybe. Look, I don't think it should be. If
my grandma had wheels, she would be a bike.
Well,
there you go.
That's an interesting. All right, then.
But. Look, I'm not saying it's going to happen, nor am I saying it should happen. I'm just saying I've seen crazier things.
Ruben Bain's the pick here, man.
It's got to be, right?
Ruben Bain's the pick.
Bro, if they take another receiver.
Or Kenyon Sadiq.
Yep, there it is. Ruben Bain.
Like I said, Todd Bowles was licking his lips. He was ready to go run that pick in. It came in quickly. You get an edge rusher like this to a defensive head coach, and it's a guy who is projected as a top 5 pick in this NFL draft. He's at 15.
Yeah, oh man, he couldn't even reach his arms around that guy. Look at that!
Oh my gosh, stop it!
Can't even give good hugs. That's probably what threw the interview off.
This guy.
Buccaneers,
Buccaneers staff
pick definitely
Tampa,
looks
right?
It's a great pick for Tampa, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Look, the only thing that it's not great for.
You stay in Florida.
I mean, it's great all around. Is Tampa Bay was one of those teams that were like, oh, I love it when teams play Tampa Bay. It's always a shootout. That's the only thing that's like a downside there.
Jets pick is in quick.
Who do you guys think it's going to be?
I mean, Lemon makes the most sense.
Lemon makes sense.
I'm gonna have fun and say I'm gonna say it's Cooper. I'm just gonna have fun and say it's Cooper.
I also wouldn't be shocked to see this be offensive line.
I could definitely see it be O-line.
I think I'm gonna go O-line. Yeah, let's go O-line here.
Okay, so you're going O-line. I'm gonna go Lemon officially with a secret entry of Cooper.
A little Lemon Cooper.
A little Lemon Cooper. A little Lem Coop. I feel like they're getting a little bit behind and like announcing these picks.
A little bit.
Like, because how far, like, Detroit's already on the clock and they're still hugging Ruben Bain.
Trying to, at least.
Well, they can hug him. You just can't hug them.
True.
Pete, give this man a break. Ban Pete in the chat, folks.
Oh, man. Look. This is going to be interesting here. Right now, there are still many options on the board for fantasy football purposes, but the Jets are one of the clear favorites to take a wide receiver, but it's also one of the least favorable landing spots. We have no idea what's happening at quarterback long term. Now, maybe they get lucky and it ends up being, Arch Manning, Julian Sayin, whoever it is, Dante Moore next year. Maybe that's the case, and it would be great. But you already are behind a Garrett Wilson who is in his prime right now. He is going to be the lead guy in targets. But it's also a team that, similar to what we're talking about with New Orleans, is probably going to be playing from behind a lot.
Yeah.
They are probably going to be, trying to catch back up in games, having to throw the ball a ton to make it happen. So we'll see.
Really fast. Jim's asking, do I now offer the 101 for Puka Nacua post Ty Simpson? I think pre Ty Simpson that was a good trade.
I would take Puka Nacua over him no matter what.
Nacua over Jordan Love. I mean Jeremiah Love, no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah. And I get it. I do get it. I do get it. Puka's
you feel like
his head's been somewhere.
Insurance now too with Simpson. It feels like, the big worry with Puka has been, what does life after Stafford look like? Now we know it looks like Ty Simpson.
As long as it's not a psych ward, we're good.
Yeah, it looks like Ty Simpson.
Yeah, no, I think you do that either way. I love Jeremiah Love, though. I get why that is a question. I know for other people it'll be like, that's not even a question. Go Puka, no doubt. I do understand why that's a question. And part of it is a potentially elite running back.
I want that card.
Connor says, get it done.
Get her done.
The Jets have to get a secondary target to take coverage away from Garrett Wilson. That's what Sming Dynasty is saying. I think he's in a Jets jersey in the profile picture, so I'll trust it.
So Click's asking, do I take Ty Simpson with my number 6 if I have Stafford? I would
not
that for that logic, at least.
Yeah, I would not push him up the board because you have Stafford on the team. I mean, obviously, we got to see what happens with Lemon and Sadiq and some of these other guys. I just don't foresee, and I've been the guy who's been a little bit higher on Simpson. I wouldn't see myself pushing him into the number 6 spot unless
everything goes
you
wrong.
are playing with a super flex league and Stafford is your QB2 and you have no QB3. Maybe I'll consider it.
All right, let's see who we got. Picks in.
Isn't that Mason Taylor? R.I.P.
Oh my goodness.
What are we doing, boys?
Ew. I wasn't a big Sadiq guy to begin with, so for me, I'm kind of like, I'm cool with this.
I think
I think this just broke Andrew.
Unless if Stowers just
I don't want to open my eyes.
Andrew
this
just
is
got
not
broken.
reality. I don't want to open my eyes right now. This is awful.
Dude, he just glitched out.
It's that is the worst pick.
What a nightmare.
Well, and this makes it so much easier for me to take Stowers over Sadiq now.
Yeah, unless if Stowers has a mega drop.
Which he could. We'll see. But like I was already there and I was like, we'll see what happens with draft capital and whatever. Dude, honestly, low-key, like I'm happy for Lemon. Like
you took Taylor last
year
round high based off of where the consensus market was at with him last year. Everybody was kind of like, oh, the Jets reached. They believe in Mason Taylor. Yeah. And 1 year later, we're like, let's get another tight end and let's just do it.
That's exactly what the Raiders did. They just pushed Michael Mayer to the side and said, like,
how has Michael Mayer turned out for you in fantasy?
Well, terrible. I'm not saying this is
Brock Bowers.
I'm just saying.
That's crazy, man.
Well, look, I get it. It's Brock Bowers, but draft capital wise, we're not talking drastically different. Bowers was what, 10, 11, 11th pick? Wow. He's 16th. Like, we're not talking about drastically different worlds, and both the guys were second round picks last year.
See who's in chat right now.
Jets, Jets.
Who's in here? Is Denise in here? Yeah, that's my girl. My girl's in the chat. Hey, look, I'm married up, guys. You don't get to see her, but I promise
I see you, though. I know that you married up.
Yep. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to believe that. It doesn't take much to believe that.
Man, that
was a good one, Pete. I'll give it to you. Unban Pete in the chat.
Unban Pete.
Traded a second for Mason Taylor last week.
Ooh.
Hey, Gino's eating good in the middle of the field, man.
Man, I've been trying to trade Mason Taylor, and now I feel like I can drop him.
He looks a little traumatized. I have to say, he did not look happy to
he shook it.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, that's just not good, man. Okay, so now here's the question, folks.
Yeah.
He just asked, should he consider Simpson at 6? And I said it depends on what happens with Lemon and Sadiq. Well, we know what happened with Sadiq. Do you start thinking Simpson over Sadiq?
Oh,
yeah. That's not a question.
It was borderline for me before this.
Wow.
Like, they were in the same tier for me before all this.
Okay, we're talking about players.
Both for me, at least.
Stowers could.
We were saying, most of the time, 99% of the time, players do not move tiers if we've done our pre-draft analysis right. This might be one where I think Sadiq is dropping a tier for me.
Keith, how are you feeling about this Jets fan?
He doesn't. I don't think he falls out of the first round.
Well, no, but I have him as my 7th prospect in a tier with KC Concepcion. I mean, obviously, we still need to figure out what happens with KC. Simpson was in the tier below. I might swap Simpson and Sadiq.
Okay. Which I have no problem with. I was always a little bit lower. Like I saw him as a manufactured touch guy more so than like a true tight end. Where did I end up having him 10 or 11 in my pre-draft? So like for me, he's going to stay right around there. He's going to stay right around the end of the first round.
Now for the record, that would just, if I swapped Simpson and Sadiq, that would just move Simpson to 7 and Sadiq to 8.
Okay. So it's still not moving drastically.
It's not a drastic move, but I think the landing spot difference does make their tiers feel different for Dynasty.
Now I feel like after this pick,
there's still a lot of draft to go, though.
There's still a ton of draft. That was literally the halfway point.
Yeah.
That was the halfway point, pick 16.
Wow.
And we're going to be here for a long time.
Less time than we have been in past years, though.
Get ready for tomorrow, buddy.
That's true.
Get ready to learn day 2.
Yeah. This will be interesting because Makai Lemon, I don't feel like he's falling yet. But it does feel like a couple more picks, and because the next couple are Detroit, Minnesota, very, very unlikely to draft him.
Yeah.
So then it's Carolina's the next one, which honestly, low key,
I wanted the Sadiq landing spot. That's what I wanted as a Sadiq.
Both guys that would play over the middle of the field. Like you put Teterow and McMillan and Makai Lemon together, Bryce Young all of a sudden.
Bryce.
Holy cow! Because that would almost fit perfectly because realistically, you have Coker on the outside.
Yep.
I actually don't hate that at all. Now, would that hurt his fantasy outlook a little bit? Because similar to a lot of these other guys we talked about, Teterow is their number 1. And I don't think he's going to
let me ask you this.
No longer be the number 1.
Sounds like, I mean, fit-wise, schematically, it's a good fit for Lemon. You've been Lemon over Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson top 10 to the Saints or Lemon in the 20s. It would be 19 to the Panthers. Does that change anything?
I mean, I have them super close. That's one I'm going to have to think about. I don't love Bryce.
I'm just trying to get you to say Jordan Tyson, man. Come on.
He's like, I'm begging you, bro. Come on, just do it already.
I'm just kidding.
It would be close. It would be very close.
It's changed for me. It
would change for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't pick someone. You can't pick Lemon over a wide receiver who's drafted top 10.
Yeah, I mean, top 10 hit rates for wide receivers is really good.
It is. It absolutely is. But they still bust too. I mean,
yeah,
it happens all the time. But it is a much safer pick for sure.
The 17th pick, the Detroit Lions take Jeremy Bernard.
No way. They're going to line. They're going to line.
Oh man, I almost started the pick.
Did you really? They're going to line. Actually, I could see him going defense.
Hey.
I could see him go D-line, actually. They're going to go trenches.
I'm pro Make-A-Wish Foundation. Are you pro?
I think that's an easy pro to be a part of.
Thanks for the information, Pete.
What are you, Leslie Nope over here?
What the hell?
Here's all the other things I'm pro. Just like a running list of all the things. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man.
I do have to say sometimes the pauses between, I just want to get the pick. Okay, there we go.
I don't care about what you got, Goodell. Give me the damn pick. Blake Miller.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right on cue. I mean, nothing to take away from this really other than shout out to
good for Gibbs. Yep, good for Gibbs, good for Pacheco.
Yeah.
Good for, Strongsville, Ohio. All right, let's go. Shout out Strongsville.
We didn't really expect anything too different from this pick either.
No. Blake Miller was somebody that was talked about as like, likely goes in the first round, but we'll see. But he was definitely somebody that was in range to go in the first round.
So the Vikings are up now.
Caleb.
Andrew.
I saw your thing.
What?
I saw who they picked, and I almost spilled it.
How did you see?
I saw you working on it a little bit. I didn't mean to.
Wait. Don't tell me it's Caleb Banks, dude.
Dude, I didn't say anything.
Everyone shut up. Ban everyone.
Ban Garrett. Ban the Vikings.
You said the full thing. I stopped.
Ban the Vikings.
I stopped myself.
Pick. Why?
Oh, people are like,
why?
You don't. It could be. He said a lot of things.
Caleb Downs. They were just trading him again.
Well, that would be why you don't fire a general manager before going into the NFL draft and then go into the NFL draft without a general manager. That's this right here. What we're about to watch is why that shouldn't happen.
That is why.
Because if I'm not mistaken, most of mainstream media has been talking about Banks falling out of the first round.
That has been a common thing.
Let's see who we pick.
Yeesh. So tell us how you really feel, Andrew. I've never seen Andrew with this much emotion.
Well, I mean, so he doesn't have any sacks. Is that correct? Is my graphic correct?
I mean, he's a defensive tackle. It's hard to get.
They don't get a lot.
Okay.
Tackle,
they get more than linebackers, which you guys were yelling at me about. Wow.
I hate the pick. I mean, I
hope he turns into an all-pro for you, but
yeah, me too. But
yeah,
I hate the pick.
I don't see it personally.
Man,
I don't see it personally.
You guys just saw my soul get snatched here live on camera tonight.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Wow. And then JB's going to hit us with a skull in the chat. You know what, JB?
The Crazy Canuck says, as a Packers fan, I love watching a Vikings fan meltdown.
Yeah.
He said, yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go back to the fantasy relevant guys. We've got the Panthers up here. Do we think that they go wide receiver or even tight end? I guess Stowers is potentially on the board. Seems very unlikely. Seems very, very high to be taken. More likely that we take him in the second round. Lemon, Cooper, Concepcion. I don't think Boston's part of the equation here. They already have plenty of big outside receivers. Do you think one of those potential slot receivers could be in play here?
What a garbage pick, man. Could those slot receivers be in play? Yeah, I think they can be in play, and I think they should be in play for the Carolina Panthers. And that's what I have to say about that.
Do you need a quick bathroom break?
This is just awful.
Do you need a rage break?
No, I'm good. God damn, dude. That's not the pick that I wanted. For the record.
Who did you want?
For the folks at home, I've been Dylan Thieneman is who I've been wanting to draft. I just think you look at this defense and you look at how the heart and soul of this defense has been Harrison Smith over the last basically 2 decades almost of football. And Harrison Smith is still contemplating whether or not he wants to come back for another season.
Sure.
We need another safety. And even if it wasn't him, safety.
The kid from Toledo.
Mm-hmm. Like, go get a safety. It's not, I know, a prime real estate type of position, but it's a big need for us. And I think there's some talented safeties in this draft class. And I don't know if either of those two guys, Thieneman or the kid from Toledo, are going to be available when we pick in the second round.
We have a trade.
Okay.
The Eagles are trading up to pick 20.
They're trading with Dallas?
Yeah. Which
the Eagles and Dallas are trading?
Ironically, they've done that a lot.
And AJ Brown is now Dallas Cowboys.
The Parsons pick was actually with the Cowboys.
Interesting. Okay.
Man, dude.
All right, so Dallas, they've got
Lemon.
Dude, Mekhi Lemon in Philly.
I would love that. I would like that a lot.
I would actually really like that. That would be big for Mekhi Lemon.
And Jalen Hurts, who's been criminally undervalued all spring long, off season long for the NFL. I think he would see another bump.
I think so too. Which
he should be a bump. He's a buy right now based off his current market price.
Oh, 100%. I think he's been underrated for a couple of years now. He got the big spike early on, which I understood, and then like he's just slowly every year lowering and it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Still pretty young quarterback, and they still haven't banned the tush push.
I can't stop shaking my damn head.
I know, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get your mind off it. As a Browns fan, I've been there many times.
Dude, I'll be honest though, like it's not very Johnny. God damn it, dude. says congrats on the Banks pick, Andrew. It's not super often in my life that I feel like I've watched the Vikings, and I know you can look back and say like they've missed on picks, but there's not very often that I've had them make picks where I'm like, I hate that. Like, I think a lot of them I've been either excited and it didn't pan out. One of them I was excited about that didn't pan out, Laquan Treadwell.
Sure.
I was like, yeah, we went and got a guy. Like, I think this guy's a dude.
Yeah.
Didn't end up being
Didn't pan out.
JJ McCarthy. I thought he was a solid prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously question marks, but excited to go get a franchise quarterback. Didn't work out. I guess yet or ever. I don't know. Like,
it seems like the ship sailed, but we'll see. All it takes is one injury.
Yeah, and I say it hasn't worked out for him. It could work out somewhere else. Like he
very well could.
He
could be a Sam Darnold, and yeah.
It's not very often I see a pick and I'm like, yeah, I hate that. Even like last year, the Vikings took Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
Not splashy, but I get it.
It's a neat,
fine pick.
Yeah.
This is one where I'm like, I don't get it, dude.
I don't understand.
I don't get it. I don't like it.
All right. If Thieneman wasn't the pick, was there another one that you kind of were like hoping for?
Maxey and Acre would have been interesting. We just lost Ryan Kelly. Max can play center.
Mm-hmm.
Would have been a decent pick.
All right. Here's the Carolina Panthers pick. Oh, really? Left tackle. Actually, that's a good pick. That was actually the guy I kind of wanted the Browns to take.
Jonathan originally. Brooks and Chuba Hubbard. Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah. Absolutely. And honestly, Bryce Young as well. Yeah. More time in the pocket. You know, he is a pocket passer. Like,
now, Dallas is on the clock or not on the clock?
I think the trade. Oh, there it is. Trade alert. Okay.
I was gonna say Lemon in Dallas starts sounding real interesting.
That would, but dude, I don't hate him in Philly at all. I don't hate him in Philly at all. If it's him, it could be KC. It could be Cooper. It could
Boston.
It could be Boston. I think all of those guys are in play there because Donovan Smith plays on the outside. Now, he can play in the slot, but he's going to play on the outside. You could take a slot guy, or you could take a true X body type anyway.
Yeah.
In Boston.
If they go wide receiver here, it's signaling exactly what's about to happen with AJ Brown. You don't make the selection a wide receiver if you're planning on keeping AJ around.
Yes. We'll see.
This is going to tell on Philly's plans real fast.
100%. Like,
because I don't think a second round wide receiver keeps you from trading AJ.
A second round receiver keeps things in like a murky range.
Yes.
You know,
first round wide receiver tells the story.
If they don't draft any on the first 2 days, that tells us the opposite. Here. He's staying.
Yeah.
You know, so we'll see how this plays out. But this is really, really interesting. I'm curious.
And they traded up.
Here. They did trade up.
So if it's a wide receiver, they have a guy in mind.
They want him specifically.
Yes.
They weren't waiting.
Wow.
Whoa. Let's go.
Insane.
I love that spot.
Howie Roseman.
Does it again.
Again, dude.
Does it again.
Wow.
Bro, he feels like a Philly guy too.
Wow.
He feels like a guy, like a Philadelphia wide receiver. He's got that type of swagger. Man. Okay, so you keep asking me. Now we finally have the news. For me, it stays Lemon above Tyson. And you already said you're putting Tate above Tyson. Where does Lemon go?
Yeah, I think I'm leaning Tate over Tyson right now. I would probably still go Tyson over Lemon.
Okay, and is that 8th pick versus 20th pick?
It's playing a role in it. Also pre-NFL draft talent.
Oh, look, he's crying too, man. He's covering up with the glasses.
Makai Lemon went to USC. Sorry, the graphic didn't work for the people in chat.
Okay.
Tate or Lemon, that's Carnell Tate. Hands down, right?
It's definitely Tate still.
Tate
I'm
over
still
Lemon.
going Tate.
I'm Tyson over Lemon still, but I think again, we talk about the pre-draft scouting.
Yep.
I just had him as a better player.
And honestly, in some ways, I respect you more for that. Like, stick with your guns. If it's close, give the edge to the guy that you think is the slightly better player.
Well, it's also the fact he was my wide receiver 1 and Lemon was my 3.
Yep.
Right? You get I would say not a bad landing spot, but not the greatest landing spot, and a good landing spot. And now we're probably closer, but Tyson is 2 and Lemon is probably 3.
That's huge.
Now, if AJ gets traded tonight,
I mean,
we might have to start talking about it.
Which this puts it on the table. AJ Brown's gone.
I've heard that New England is not necessarily looking to make a selection tonight. And if they're not,
is AJ Brown, are you getting a first round pick?
I don't know.
This year's draft?
That's what Howie's been this year's wanting.
Draft.
There's
do you take a second and a third? Do you take a 2027 first instead of a 26 first?
The reality is if I am the Eagles, I'm okay taking a second for AJ Brown. At his age and the contract that he's being paid, I'm taking a second. That's fine. Especially, I just moved up to get Mekhi Lemon.
Yep.
So, okay, I do have to say, Lemon's looking a little bit better than Tyson to me right now.
Is he?
On the Saints versus Eagles?
I mean, like I said, for me, it stays put. I understand Tyson over Lemon, and I don't want landing spot. Like, the best players, like that is what I want to get across. The best players find a way to win no matter what. Good players need landing spot to make them good.
So let me ask these questions, Pete, just to make you think. You know, we're obviously, this is changing and adapting over time. Olave and Devontae Smith, I would say both very talented wide receivers. And this is assuming A.J. Brown is gone.
Yes.
It's Devontae Smith still the number one over Mekhi, correct?
I don't think so.
You think Lemon can supplant Devontae?
Lemon can take more volume
than Devontae.
Than Smith.
I don't think Lemon's a better receiver than Smith.
I think Smith pound for pound is like the most talented wide receiver in the league. But it's just, I don't know. Can he be like a volume top 12 wide receiver?
I think so.
In for fantasy football, I think Lemon can be. I just don't know with Smith.
And I'd also be interested. You brought up the passing volume from the Saints. I'm sure that's much lower for the Eagles.
So also, don't take me out of context. Smith is a better wide receiver on the field, hands down.
On a pure pass catcher basis.
I'm just talking fantasy football.
Well, and that is the thing for fantasy football and that's been the thing that's been hard for Devonta Smith. And I actually comped him. I don't know if you and I have had a chance to talk about this. I see a lot of NFL Devonta Smith in Jordan Tyson. Like, I actually see them as very similar type of players. The thing that I like about Smith Lemon is what he can do at the next level is what gets a lot of fantasy points. Fair. He can be a middle of the field volume guy that can take slants and turn them into bigger plays.
Okay.
So the Cowboys get pick 23, 114, and 137.
Why would Jerry? I mean, Jerry's doing Jerry shit here, but why would Jerry give Howie Mekhi Lemon?
I don't know.
You know that you have a wide receiver in Philly. Jerry knows that there's a wide receiver in Philly that doesn't want to be in Philly. And you say, hey, we got a guy falling in the draft right now, Mekhi Lemon. Howie, how you doing on the phone? Let's give you this pick.
It is interesting. It is interesting for sure. Man, we'll see how this goes. All right, so we're now to Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Is there any world?
Can you believe that horrible pick for the Vikings, dude? I'm just kidding.
We forgot about it for 1 second.
I didn't.
He said I didn't.
Yeah, not me. No, we're in
is
Pittsburgh.
there any world where Pittsburgh considers Garrett Nussmeier?
Like it.
Rodgers has not given them clarity.
He has not. He's been a pain.
And he hasn't been good enough to be doing this.
Let me ask you a question.
And it is a new regime. Now, obviously, McCarthy and Rodgers go back. So it doesn't prohibit that at all. But
yeah. Let me ask you a hypothetical here.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, you were somewhat of a fan of Will Howard last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
How different is Nussmeier and Howard?
Will Howard's built
is it worth spending your first round pick on Nussmeier if you could just go with Howard?
I think Howard is a very real possibility to at least give a shot to. He's a much bigger, more physical quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, he's 6'4". He's got the size, a little bit more athletic. He's going to run around a little bit more.
Yeah.
The hard part with Will Howard is Will Howard's tape all the way up to the college football playoffs was just okay. He was incredible.
Yeah.
During the time you need to be the most incredible, you know, against the best teams on the biggest stage. So that's what really catapulted his draft stock. That's the hard thing to say. Is it, did the right guy get hot at the right time?
Yeah.
You know, we saw that with the Browns with the Buckeyes with Dwayne Haskins back in the day. You know, we saw a scenario where Dwayne Haskins all of a sudden wasn't that great of a quarterback, but got hot at the right time and like really like boosted things up. So that could end up being the case here as well with a guy like Will Howard. So we'll see what ends up happening here with this. I'll go on record and saying is I don't think that is the pick. I do not think it's going to be Garrett Nussmeier. I think it's in the realm of possibility. I think it is a very unlikely selection. Honestly, I don't think this is a fantasy relevant pick.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fantasy pick either. I mean, we've also heard rumblings of Pittsburgh over the last couple of days being interested in Carson Beck, you know, day 2 guy or something like that. Like, could that be the selection? That would also maybe not be the Nussmeier bet, but I think another capable guy who's obviously won some games in the college football playoffs like Howard. And it does, thank you, give us a little bit of a competition there.
Absolutely. Hey, just a reminder, guys, we have 180 to 200. I don't know. We've got a lot of people watching. It's only at 95 likes. We'd really appreciate it if you guys have been hanging out with us all night to go ahead and hit that like button. What's the question?
Do you want anything else?
Oh, no. We're good.
Maxie and Acre for the Steelers, offensive tackle.
Great pick.
Guy who can play inside on the offensive line too. You just get another guy who can help block. We said it wasn't going to be fantasy football relevant. This does maybe small bump for Rico Dowdle
Johnson.
For Rico Dowdle, for Jalen Warren, for whoever the quarterback is. I think this is a good pick.
Ted's wondering what is the reaction to Sadiq? He had to step away for a second.
Oh yeah, we hate it. We absolutely hate it.
Boo boo garbage trash.
Boo boo garbage trash. That would be a perfect quote graphic.
Boo boo garbage trash.
Yeah, no, we don't like it at all. Obviously, he's going to be able to play the middle of the field. Like, it's great for whoever the future quarterback's going to be.
Yeah.
It's just short term disappointing. But you know what? Honestly, maybe that presents a window then. Like, if you really think the Jets are going to get a guy next year, be able to turn it around, maybe you're just a year early.
Where, again, it's hard to say. We're doing this on the fly, you know, but where do you start feeling comfortable for Sadiq? 110, 111, 112? Like, where are we starting to feel comfortable with Sadiq?
I need to know.
Tight end premium.
I need to know a few different things. I need to know who was the first running back off the board.
Okay.
I need to know when.
Yeah.
I need to know, where did Eli Stowers go?
Okay.
And I need the first 7 or 8 receivers to solidify.
Okay.
So, like, until I know those things, I don't know that I can confidently say where. But that also shows you, like, it should be he's locked in at like 7 or 8. If there's that many variables that could slightly alter things, well, there you go.
New polls up.
Okay.
Are you more excited about day 1 or day 2 of the NFL draft?
I would say 2.
2.
Barely.
2's landing spots have the ability to either strengthen this class or make us look at it for the way that we've thought it's been, which is a little bit weaker. If you get some good landing spots on day 2, some decent draft capital for maybe some running backs, a couple wide receivers, a tight end or 2, I mean, guys like Max Clare or things like that, if they start getting decent landing spots and draft capital on day 2, you feel better about those second round picks.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So
I think there's more dynasty money to be made on day 2 than there is to lose money.
That's fair. Chargers right now, they've been, mocked taking an offensive lineman for so many of the picks. And I hope that's the case, an interior offensive lineman. There is a possibility, though, that this could be one of those sneaky wide receiver teams.
Ted Hurst?
Rich would come down here sprinting around butt naked right now if it was Ted Hurst.
Please don't let it be Ted Hurst.
He's not joking, folks.
I'm not joking. It would be pants off season.
Please do not let it be Ted Hurst.
I don't want to lose my job.
Yeah.
Or switch different profession.
Yeah.
Or see Rich naked.
Well, That's a clear third.
Yeah, third.
There you go.
You guys just skipped over the most important one, I think.
Oh, Mesidor. Okay, so they're going defensive end.
Not bad.
Interesting pick. Obviously, much older player. That's the issue with him. Most people don't have an issue with his tape. Most people like his tape. Yeah. It's why did it take you so long to become this good? And we're going to get you for a shorter period of time than we would get a 21, 22, 23-year-old.
You know, the reality, too, though, is a team like the Chargers, while I don't know if anybody would call them prime Super Bowl contenders, they're a competitive football team.
Absolutely.
And you can use a guy like this who can come in day one, be productive off the edge. I think he's it makes sense. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a stellar pick, but it makes a lot of sense for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Absolutely. So while we're kind of in a little bit of a lull for fantasy things right now, let's give a shout out to Pete and these graphics.
Yeah.
These graphics are pretty sweet on the spot, like we're NFL Network or something. Like, you're not getting this everywhere. Nope. You know, you might get like the player card, but without the landing spot and whatnot. Like, he's updating the landing spot and what pick and all that kind of stuff. Like, Pete had to do a lot of work ahead of time to make this happen, that he could do it live. So it's not just all like, oh yeah, I can just do it live. Like, he had to put in a lot of work ahead of time. So shout out to Pete for making all this happen. It looks good, dude.
Thank you. Means a lot. Shout out to you guys for making this.
Pete,
well, isn't this awesome?
Do you really want to show off? Maybe.
What?
Do you really want to show off right now?
What?
Want to pull up our top 10 best available fantasy relevant players?
Ooh. Have you updated the sheet? Have you updated your sheet?
I have not. I need to.
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
I was gonna say, I don't even know what you need me to do. Yeah. I don't even know.
Actually, I'll do that for you.
Extra water.
I'll work on it for you, Pete, and then you can do that here soon.
What do you need me to do? Just like get rid of guys?
Yeah, just here. I'll share the sheets with both.
I got it already.
Okay, the copy, and it's just the names, right?
Correct.
All right.
I'm just deleting the guys who've already been drafted.
And the sheet that you shared with me, Garrett. Actually, I'm gonna send you the link.
Okay.
That way you can just.
I'm good to go, Pete.
I don't know if it'll show up on my iPad. Actually, I don't have it connected like that. You'd have to like
email.
It's okay. We can just show mine, and then we can talk about mine if you want to.
Okay,
you can
that's fine.
It. Yeah. But yeah, it should be updated now.
Yeah. All right. So Dallas is up. Another team seemingly unlikely to take a fantasy relevant guy.
I can't believe they gave Philly Kai.
It seems weird for rival teams. Oh, also real quick, where are we at on trades? 2, 3? How many have we had since the night started?
We had the Browns trade.
Browns trade. We had the Eagles trade.
Kansas City. No, that was the same one as
that
the
was the Browns trade. The Miami Dallas trade.
Correct.
So that was 3. Is that it so far?
You just need one more to get.
So
over
we're
that
right at that line now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
I think there might be a team trading back in potentially that didn't have a first round pick or had already used a first round pick.
You know, 2/3 of the draft done. We still got another third of it. I think
odds are
we're getting what, 3 in the first 2/3. Yeah, there's one more.
Yeah, there should be one more. There should be, but we'll see. You never know. You never know for sure. All right. Dallas, I think the only thing that we could realistically see, I don't think they go tight end here. The only guy that would even be potentially relevant is Stowers. I think we're looking at early to mid day 2, or early to mid round 2, I should say.
For Stowers. You don't think
I think there's a chance in round 1. New England would be one of the earliest possibilities. There I could also see Miami.
Yeah.
Potentially
from the
going
trade
that
back.
route. Yep.
Yeah. I feel like they need to go get something else though. I truly think they should just go Concepcion or Boston or something like that.
Is Stowers that much different though? That's the thing. Like he's kind of a receiver.
Yeah, but I don't know.
We'll see who's there.
I think Casey's the better prospect.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Oh, he is really choked up on that bat. All right. Let's see. We have the Cowboys. Then we have Cleveland. Cleveland's going receiver.
Yeah.
Cleveland is 100% going receiver here.
Boston.
I actually think it's Concepcion.
Okay.
I think it's KC. We'll go to Cleveland here. I could totally be wrong. I think Boston is in play. I think Omar Cooper's in play. I think all three of those guys are in play. If I had to put my stamp on it, I think it's KC.
Let me ask you a question, because I think it's a possibility right now. You've obviously been very high on Cooper. If Cooper doesn't go tonight, does that change kind of how you're feeling about him? In a way?
It could. For me, I don't see a huge difference from the guys. And I think we even see it play out in the NFL draft. Guys that go pick 29, 30, 31, 32, that much different than guys that go 35, 36, 37, like in that range. Yeah. So I don't see a huge difference there. If he starts falling into the 40s, then I think I would maybe he's locked in at the bottom, even if it's the best landing spot. He might be locked into the bottom of that tier then.
Fair. Martin, no breaks over here for anybody.
No breaks, but I have peed a couple times.
Oh,
okay. Perfect.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's
a pee bucket is necessary for the draft.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Yep. Andrew's hooked up to a catheter over here. It's
Dallas's pick is in.
I'm still working on it.
Okay. Edge rusher.
For a half second, I was like, Malachi Fields? Oh my gosh.
They traded for him.
Oh my gosh. Lawrence, obviously we got another edge player here. Not a surprise. It's a huge position of need. They've needed. Look,
they've been talking about getting an edge rusher since they've let go.
Caleb Downs and Mekhi Lawrence. Like, that's a good draft for them.
Yeah.
And it's kind of not as good for like people like me that have a lot of Dak Prescott. Like, don't get this defense too good.
It's getting better.
That's part of what made Dallas players so fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is
it's a good pick.
Andrew's top 12.
Okay.
Best available fantasy assets.
Yeah. So who's sticking out to you?
I can't see it on the stream yet. There we go.
Yeah.
So Garrett, right now I have Casey Concepcion as my number one fantasy relevant player still available, followed by Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper, Eli Stowers, Jeremy Bernard, Jadarian Price, Mike Washington Jr., Jonah Coleman, Chris Bell, Chris Brazel, Elijah Surratt, and Jacoby Lane.
Okay. I do think we get the first three guys. I still think we're getting 6 receivers. And could end up being wrong.
And it honestly, it shouldn't be Jacoby Lane. I don't know why Jacoby Lane's on that, because right after Elijah Surratt is actually Max Clare. Max Clare would be ahead of Jacoby Lane.
Shout out to Peter for the graphics.
Shout out to Peter for the
crushed it, bro. Yeah, you did. You skipped like 4 guys.
Oh, I have it set on wide receivers.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, Nussmeier was in there too. And
why is it like that?
I don't know. That's funny though.
Yikes, bro.
Yeah, well, it's not filtered to
because
you have Price, Washington, and Coleman in there. So yeah, I mean, you're good.
That's funny.
But anything stick out to you, Garrett? I mean, I know I'm lower on Cooper than where you probably have him.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like he's in another stratosphere. I think realistically, I think there's a good chance we get those 3 guys. Maybe one of them slips to round 2 and becomes a value. Stowers, pretty iffy. I'm leaning toward day 2.
Yeah.
We could get a surprise Jadarian Price pick. You mentioned Jeremy Bernard as a potential one. I mentioned Chris Brazel as a potential one. That, like, do we think that would happen? No. But if we were going to call like a wild card to just all of a sudden be like, oh, he ended up being a first round pick, like, those are names that we could potentially see there. But no, I don't think anything stands out to me as like too crazy, too wild. Obviously, I would have a couple players ranked a little higher or a little lower based on my rankings, but this isn't terribly far off from where I would have these guys.
Yeah, I mean, even just myself, these are my top 12 fantasy relevant guys still available, but really the only ones that I think are still in play for the most part tonight are Concepcion, Boston, Cooper, and Stowers. Everybody else, I think for the most part, is somebody we'll talk about tomorrow as we get into rounds 2 and 3, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, you think KC's going to be here for Cleveland. How would you like that as a Cleveland guy? How would you like KC?
I think I would be good with it. He doesn't necessarily, you don't picture him as your traditional wide receiver one. He's not the guy that you typically are like, oh yeah, our main wide receiver is, an undersized guy. I shouldn't say undersized because that's not fair. He came in bigger than we thought he was going to be at 5'11" and whatnot. But he's not necessarily your prototypical wide receiver one. So it would definitely be a little bit different than maybe your traditional. But I think he moves at a speed that most players they can't keep up with his game speed.
Yeah.
He just moves differently. He jacks up a defense's plans, similar to a Zay Flowers, similar to how you have got to keep an eye on him wherever he is, because at any time that lightning will flash. And the Browns need explosion in the offense. That is something they are sorely lacking. I don't care who the quarterback is. They need something to get a spark. And right now, I don't know that a physical boundary receiver gives them that spark. I think a guy like Concepcion does that.
Yeah. And right now we're looking at your top 12 best available, and same four guys. I had those same four guys on the left side of the screen, 1, 2, 3, and 4. You just have them in a little bit of a different order, but basically the same thing. 2 running backs here. The only difference, or 3 running backs here. I think the only real differences here is Ted Hurst on the list for you, and Nussmeier being here for you is, a little bit higher than where I had him.
Yeah. Not super far off. I think he got skipped on your list, so he'd be like right there.
Yeah, he was like one spot behind Claire, who Claire would have been my final of the guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's not super far off, but yeah, Ted Hurst, I think I'm much higher than you are on Ted Hurst. I think there's crazy upside.
We're about to get a pick in, but really fast, 101 being offered Judkins and his 27 first.
He gets
Judkins and a 27 first for Jeremiah Love, basically.
Yeah. I need to know where that first is.
If it's late,
probably a late first.
Yeah, I'm going Jeremiah.
I don't think I would. I would stick with Jeremiah. It's close, but I would stick with Jeremiah. All right, here we go. My Browns.
For the record, Ted Hurst is wide receiver 15 for me.
There it is.
There we go.
Called it. I feel great about that. I think that's a fantastic pick. Love that pick. I know for fantasy football purposes, people are going to want to drag that down. Guys, I don't know who else they're going to throw the ball to. It's him and Harold Fannin. That's who's going to – look, I get it. Jerry Jeudy's still there for the time being, but, like, Casey's going to be the guy.
Electric.
Yeah. I think this is what this offense sorely needed. Well, I think this is a great – I'm very happy. Fano and Casey Concepcion, I think that's a great draft for the Browns.
Well, I'm glad you bring up, Zay Flowers earlier, because Todd Monken going over here, honestly, a lot of Casey's game, I do see Zay. Mm-hmm. It's very reminiscent. So we obviously saw Monken last year get the best out of Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers, for fantasy football purposes, was a top 12 fantasy football wide receiver. Now, obviously, that came with some other things, kind of going his way. But Casey Concepcion in a spot where there's not a ton of target competition outside of Fannin, as you mentioned, and offensive-minded head coach who's obviously used a player with this skill set before to the best of his ability. It's got to get you thinking that this is maybe the logo gets people a little bit not too excited.
Yeah,
I think fit-wise, it makes sense.
Dropping the poll now. How are you guys feeling about Casey on the Browns?
For me, this makes my job hard, because for me, I was already very close on all of these receivers. And like, even though I love Mekhi Lemon to the Eagles, it's not drastically ahead of Tyson to the Saints at 8. But Casey to Cleveland isn't super far from me either. Like, all of these guys are still in a very, very tight range for me. And I'm not going to argue any. I think for me, Tate solidified himself as the top guy. But if you have any order, honestly, of those 3 guys, I'm probably not going to argue you.
If you were going to pick any of these wide receivers, and I'm just speaking for myself, if you were going to pick any of these guys and put them in Cleveland and say, that's all right, I think it's Casey Concepcion. So to me, fit. I actually like Casey in Cleveland more than I liked the thought of a Carnell Tate early, more than I liked the thought of a Jordan Tyson, more than I liked Mekhi Lemon. It just makes more sense schematically based off of how he plays the receiver position.
We desperately need someone that is going to make their own plays. They're not dependent on anybody else to do anything for him.
Yeah.
We saw him with awful quarterback play from Marcel Reed.
Some of the worst. For the record, I know a lot of people don't grind the all 22. Marcel Reed, I literally was texting in the group chat, like, I don't know if I've seen worse quarterback play. Legitimately.
It's bad. It was really, horrible. Really, really bad. Yeah, I'm very happy with this.
JC fits the Browns offense. What the Browns offense does well, he and Fannin are great short mid target pieces with yards after catch ability.
And as much as it is honestly a little bit painful, there's a chance that, we keep talking about Shedeur Sanders. A lot of what I'm hearing is there's a good chance it's Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if Deshaun Watson can even be 75% of the quarterback that he was in Houston.
Man, I have to say, yeah, exactly what Connor's saying. Casey, Fannin, and Judkins, really nice trio of young players.
Right, it really is. Yeah. They rebuilt that offensive line. They added say what you want. The Browns are actually building something watchable. Watchable.
Well, and I think if you're into the analytics side of things, Casey Concepcion's a player who's checked a lot of the analytic boxes this, pre-draft cycle. Obviously from the stamp of approval of reception perception and Matt Harmon, he had a very, very nice glowing reception perception profile. You also go look at some of the advanced analytics from his collegiate season, early breakout age, high receiving share that checked great marks, nice dominator rating, nice receiving touchdown percentage. Like, these are all great metrics in my model, and these are things that check off really well. And what I like to see is the fact that he is a junior, early declare, and improved as a receiver statistically every single year of his collegiate career. So
we have a lot of these
the number 4 trade.
The Texans are trading up 2 spots to the Texan spot. So the Bills are trading up to pick 26.
The Bills are trading up to 26.
Boston. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, I mean, analytically, he's checked a lot of the boxes too, and that's not even if you turn the film on and just ignore the film entirely.
Yeah, and the film obviously speaks for itself.
Yeah.
He moves at a different speed on the like. There are a lot of players with similar. We're assuming similar 40s. We actually did not get a Casey Concepcion 40.
Yeah.
But
it would have been probably pretty fast.
But even watching guys like Branch and guys like that were very, very fast, it didn't feel like they were able to run routes at the speed. It kind of reminds me last year, and now he hasn't been great in the NFL, but it kind of reminds me of Jalen Noel. Watching him run routes, it was like, my gosh, that guy is a blur. And he doesn't slow down in his breaks. It's just so fast all the time.
Really quick, Tyler's asking, what is Sanders' value right now? I've had a lot of people making offers. If people are making offers, I would.
I mean, it depends what the offers are, but I would take anything from an early second in Superflex or better.
I'm going to just try and paint a picture here, and this is just data. It's not necessarily even my full opinion, but this is going to paint a pretty clear picture for you. If you were to look at quarterbacks drafted in the 5th round of the NFL draft, which is where Shedeur Sanders was drafted, and you were to say how many of those guys have given us top 12 fantasy football seasons, right now, 0.0%.
Since what year?
This is the last 20 years.
20 years.
By the way, Texans traded up. I'm wrong. Texans traded up to 26.
To 26.
They gave up 28, 69, and 168 for 26 and 91.
Okay, interesting. So the Bills are going to keep trading down again and take a receiver that they don't love. It's a Keon Coleman year all over again. Well, that's what you wanted. So you wanted, that hurt a little bit? Staying in division?
Yeah.
He said, yeah. He's like, I didn't even realize that until you said it. Thanks a lot.
I mean, it's just like the guy you want, the guy you think is the right pick, and then it goes to Ben Johnson, Saviat.
Yeah, it's like, the guy at school that you didn't really like, and then he starts dating your sister.
Wow. Well, just when I thought I could forget about Caleb Banks, I'm reminded
you're dating
again.
Caleb Banks.
It's awful.
All right. So it was the Buffalo pick. Now it's going to be the Houston Texans pick. And I don't think we're going to get
coming up for.
I don't know, honestly.
They need to be coming up for O-line.
I hope that's what they're coming up for. I'm trying to think of who's still available from the bigger names. Who do we have at tackle that's still on the board? I'd have to look. I honestly don't.
I'm looking it up.
Okay. We'll see. I don't think they could be going to the defensive side of the football, but they already have a fantastic defense. I don't think they're going receiver. They drafted tons of receivers last year. They could hypothetically go tight end. While I don't think that's what they would do, they could hypothetically do that.
Stowers and Stover.
Yeah.
Caleb Lomu. Caleb Lomu would probably be the best available offensive lineman.
Okay.
He's the highest on ESPN's best available right now. That's Matt Miller, who's doing this. Other than that, like notable names are going to be Jermod McCoy, Avion Terrell, Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
They got the kid from Oregon. Who's the offensive lineman from Oregon, the guard?
It's going to be Emmanuel Pregnon. Yeah. So it's
a possibility.
It's a little bit of a reach for him. But yeah,
I've seen him go in the first though.
Yeah.
We'll see. I hope they go. I hope they go offensive line, but we'll see. I mean, I don't have a good peg. Like I don't know what route.
It's hard to
go.
Temperature check this one. I don't really know what they're coming up for. I think offensive line should be the one they're coming up for, but the best players available on the board right now are defense, and they don't need that. So
this is an interesting one. We'll see. Yeah.
I am going to be the first guy to go take a pee break, though.
Oh, do it. Get out of here. This is a good time to go take a pee break. There's nothing exciting going on.
What do you think
right now?
Bottles
it looks like, so we see a Shefty alert. 49ers attempting to trade the number 27 pick. So 49ers trying to trade out of that spot. Maybe so they can be in the early part of the second to take your boy Jeremy Bernard.
What did I win?
You won something? Did you do something on FanDuel?
Yeah, on DraftKings. Man, I'm doing pretty good.
Crushing?
Yeah.
Look at Pete.
Okay.
Petey Scoops over here.
I betted Jordan Tyson, wide receiver 2.
Okay.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver 1. Pretty easy. Wide receiver, Eagles pick. I got that
Correct.
one. And then cornerback, Chiefs.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
Look at you. Did you miss any yet?
Oh yeah, whole bunch.
He's like, oh yeah. I'm actually losing money,
but
in
the green.
Okay. All right. As long as you're in the green, feeling good about that. The Houston pick is in. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what route Houston goes here. They had one of the more dominant defenses. Look, this could actually be a sneaky spot for Jadarian Price. I hope that it is. Well, I mean, I don't think it would be a good pick, but it would be a very good fantasy pick. It would be a good, very, very good fantasy pick. So we will see.
Yeah. Vikes.
Oh no! Did somebody get banned?
We'll let that one slide, but anything more, you're getting banned on that one, man.
We'll see. We will see. All right. Andrew, I threw out a possibility. Houston could go Jadarian Price. I don't think they do. But we'll see.
I mean, it would be a crazy reach, I think, based off of best player available, but they could.
I mean, if other people are thinking that, I mean, he's Mel's 5th best available player.
Well, Mel's a crazy son of a...
Okay.
Offensive line. I won't poo-poo it all because I think they definitely needed to do that.
Well, you just PP'd it.
Well, not necessarily. It was just, that's what I had to do.
Did you just pee or did you also?
That was quick if it was.
That would be quick. But when you're rushing.
A lot of fiber.
Look, for me, have you guys, I can't think of a time recently where I have pooped, but not peed. I'm pretty sure.
And it's always a 2 and 1, but it's not always a 1 and 2.
Right. Like you always go number 1.
I don't even know if it's possible. Is it possible
to poop and not pee?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I'm going to try it next
Bill,
time.
not a science guy. If you're watching,
tune in 30 minutes. If we get
this is what you get at the end of round 1.
200 likes.
Oh my gosh.
Day 2's pre-show is going to be debunking this myth.
I'll carry a microphone in with me.
Miami.
Oh wait, Miami traded up.
Wide receiver?
This wasn't Miami's pick, weren't they?
That was the Niners pick. That was the Niners pick. That was trying
okay.
To
so they just traded from.
Yeah.
Okay, this could be Boston. This could be Stowers. This could be Cooper. I think all three are in play here. Could also no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't be that mean. I was gonna say could also be Nussmeier, but they wouldn't be that mean, right? They wouldn't do that.
Trade away all your weapons and then draft your replacement in the same year that they tell you
that would be the meanest thing ever.
The prom king
that did that recently. I feel like.
Are you talking about Atlanta with Cousins?
Because
wild combo happening. Yeah, dude. I don't know. Sorry.
Hey, look, that's just what happens, man. It's just what happens.
Hey, I'm into my second bottle of water. So. Oh man, that was the longest bit of silence right there.
It was. I am getting to that point where I'm like, can I?
Thank God they sped the clock up this year though, because we probably shaved an hour off of what it typically would have been.
I bet you're right.
Yeah.
The crazy thing, if we were doing what we did last year, is we would be getting ready to do a recap video.
That is true. I did a recap video at the end every time.
Well, the good thing of doing it live is you don't have to recap.
You don't have to recap. Just watch what we said.
Yeah.
Live.
Tyler asks, random discussion, how are you feeling about Jonathan Brooks?
I mean,
we talked about Monroe Freeling being a pick that could boost those guys. I'm still iffy, I think, on Jonathan Brooks at the moment because it's just the biggest thing for him is staying healthy and getting on the football field. I've actually, if you want to, peel back the curtain and get into what has Andrew actually been doing in his dynasty leagues, I've been throwing temperature check prices out on Chuba Hubbard, actually. I think Chuba's interesting at cost. I think a lot of people do want Jonathan Brooks to be the guy, but history would tell us that it may be more Chuba than we want it to be, to start the year at least.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. I think Jonathan Brooks is going to have every opportunity to seize that, but some guys just aren't able to shake it.
They can run two guys too.
And they could. I mean, they were doing it last year in an annoying way.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't even like, you just didn't even know game to game who the guy was at times. So it was kind of a little bit of an annoying thing there. I think Jonathan Brooks is going to get every opportunity. But at the end of the day, like it or not, the Panthers were a playoff team last year.
Yep.
They're not just playing to let's see what we have. We're rebuilding now. They're pushing chips in now. They're at that point. Yep. So we'll see how all this goes. But the Monroe Freeling, obviously, that helps things there. That helps that entire offense. So we'll see how everything plays out. But we shall see.
Really fast, Alex brings this up. It's not a stand that Garrett has right now. It's a he has to hold it. He is having to hold this microphone up this whole stream.
Shout out Rich.
Shout out Garrett.
That's right. But I could definitely, do one of these, or we could
do whatever you want.
Yeah. Could hold it like this.
Maybe tomorrow we'll just hang it from the ceiling so you don't have to hold it. It'll just hang.
It'll just hang like this.
Yeah.
I'm sure Rich wants us putting holes in the ceiling. I'm sure he'll be thrilled about that. He'll get over it.
For content.
It's for the show, Rich. Come on.
Right off.
All right. Are we going receiver here?
They should.
All right, who you picking? Who you think it is?
I mean, Boston's the best available for me. Okay. And, they're talking about players, you go back to them earlier going to the trenches. They've talked about big players, strong players that can play through the cold because big doesn't get whatever he was saying. Big doesn't get slow, but whatever.
Yeah.
I think they want a guy that's a big number one. Could be Boston.
I'm going to go with Cooper here. We'll see.
Everybody join the nursery.
Yeah, so we can get a third mic stand. Oh, defensive back. Interesting. Not the route that I thought they were going to go. Not a bad pick for the team, though.
But once again,
what the hell is Malik Willis going to do?
Yeah.
It feels like they did him dirty. It does. It feels like they did him dirty. I have no idea. Devon Achane is going to have to be Superman. He's going to have to do honestly, the biggest winner right now is Malik Washington. Like Malik Washington's about to have a year.
Man. Yeah.
I actually have a decent amount of Malik Washington shares, so I'm not upset.
I do too, but I've had him for 2 years and I've just been holding on to him.
Just in case this exact scenario happens.
Yeah, because I predicted this the whole time.
It's interesting that the first highlight was Chris Johnson getting beat. And just got lucky it was underthrown.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Man.
And then maybe a little holding on the next one.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
We're being really critical of a guy that like we've not even scouted. But no, I think they've done Malik Willis wrong. Honestly, right here, I think they've done it wrong. Bills made a trade here.
Probably need to call
again. They are literally doing the exact same thing they did when they ended up getting Keon Coleman.
Draft day.
Oh, the Pats.
Patriots are on the clock.
Ooh, this feels like Boston, Stowers, or Cooper here.
Oh,
does
Boston
this feel like
Boston to Boston.
Oh,
I'm trying to think of like Miami's situation still. I mean, there's still some free agents. Juwan Jennings is still a free agent.
He is.
Guys like that. Like they could go out after
Debo.
the draft and pay a couple of these vets to come in and maybe.
Debo's not a free agent?
He's a free agent.
Is he still a free agent?
I'm pretty sure he's a free agent.
You want to go pay Stephon Diggs to come to Miami?
Maybe. It's your team, Pete. Come on, man.
Call Tyreek to come
Debo
back.
wasn't on the team last year either.
Supposedly it's your team.
So Miami trades away the farm and they come away with Proctor and Chris Johnson.
I don't know, dude. We did end up getting over the 4 or 3.5 trades.
We did.
We did make that mark. So I mean, it was as promised, where they were like, yeah, it's gonna be people are gonna be moving up and down. We're already at what, 5?
Yeah.
This is the 5th pick
So
for trade, or 6th, 5th or 6th.
Whoever I don't know. How do we feel about a wide receiver potentially going here to New England?
That's the hard part about New England is huge need, huge opportunity, tough one to learn and produce early. Oh, they go O-line.
Caleb Lomu.
I actually don't hate that for them.
Offensive tackle, Utah.
It makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. That actually makes a lot of sense for them. Yes, I would like for them to have a weapon in the receiving game, and there's still opportunity in the second round. The other one that really felt like a Patriot to me was like a Jacoby Lane type player. Like I could see that at the end of the second being a real possibility. We'll see how all this plays out, but obviously not as fun for us. We're hurting on the over 5.5 receivers.
We're getting in the danger territory where it looks like Boston's on track to maybe not be a first round pick. Same with Cooper's, Eli. Like, who do we have left? Kansas City. Could they go wide receiver?
San Francisco, Buffalo, Seattle. So all 4 of those teams actually could.
Where's Omar Cooper for you right now? Is he?
I mean, I can't until I know where he is.
You have to lock it in.
I don't. You can't make me.
Or below KC right now?
I don't know. Probably below.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably below. But
you know what's funny? I'm looking at my rankings right now. This is my pre-draft stuff. My top 8 players are the only 8 fantasy relevant players drafted so far.
Really?
Those are the top 8.
Just knocking it out.
If Boston's the next off the board, that's my top 9.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
The double Nike check on the jacket. Look at that.
Martin brings up a good point with them probably still getting A.J. Brown.
Maybe.
I would have hate Boston on the Patriots, to be honest.
You don't think it could have been a Boston Tea Party over there or what?
Oh, man. I love the name, but he kind of just seems like a wide receiver that wouldn't work on the Patriots.
Kind of just seems like, yeah, maybe. I was going to be unnecessarily
honestly,
mean to
the Chiefs, dude, Omar Cooper on the Chiefs. I would love Omar Cooper on the Chiefs, bro.
So
I would freaking love Cooper on the Chiefs.
Next year, I'm going to bring an airsoft gun or a squirt gun. And every time someone compares a wide receiver to Tyreek Hill or Deebo Samuel,
we didn't do either one.
Or say, oh, the Chiefs would be such a good landing spot.
It is a good landing spot.
It is, but
are we not allowed to state that?
So much, man.
Oh my gosh, it's true.
Is Jalen Wright droppable?
Borderline depends on. I mean, depends on. That's the thing. Like, how many roster spots do you have? If you have more of a redraft depth type situation, absolutely. Traditional dynasty leagues, I probably wouldn't, but I understand it.
I wouldn't drop him right now.
I mean, get traded.
Yeah. Also, the old regime drafted Ollie Gordon, but who's to say that this regime doesn't say Jalen Wright's their backup? You know what I mean?
Could easily be either one.
Although I do think, based off of we like bigger players, Ollie Gordon fits that
mold a little more. Devon Achane does not.
No, but he's supposedly
but
that
he's
guy.
Awesome. He is awesome. Are those cookie dough M&Ms?
Sound awesome. Caramel popped.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Maybe might try to have to get some to try on tomorrow.
We might have to try them.
Oh my gosh.
Might have to make a Walmart run. Man, look, I think this is a receiver here. It did not shock me that they went DB first. I do think they're going to get Patrick Mahomes another weapon. I'm also not ruling out Stowers here.
I would like that.
Really fun.
Stowers would be really fun.
That'd be really fun.
Honestly, Boston would probably be my least favorite of the three.
I mean, he's different than everybody they have on the team. So if you're looking for a different weapon, that makes sense. But I just don't love the fit of him because that would feel almost sacrificial X field stretcher type of guy.
Yep. It does feel that way. Yeah, and it would be interesting to see if it is Cooper, how they deploy Cooper and Rice.
Yeah.
Because they're not the same player, but they do some similar things.
If they don't go wide receiver here, how are you feeling about Rice? Because he's a player that people were nervous about. Obviously, the off-the-field stuff. But then it was like Carnell Tate could be in play at 8. So could Jordan Tyson. So could, XYZ. And if they go out the first round, no wide receiver, how do you feel about Rice? Is it wheels up again?
I mean, it's wheels up. It's absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, not that they couldn't do something in the second round. They could. But that has a very different connotation to it.
Yes.
So first round wide receiver versus second round guy here. I get it that it's late. It's very hit and miss at this point in the draft. And with first round wide receivers, you almost have a better. I'd be curious to see like 25 through 32 wide receivers versus like 33 through 40
on like the hit rates.
On the hit rates,
yeah.
Like it almost feels like the second round guys have been better.
Well, the Jets are trading up to 30.
The Jets are trading up with San Francisco. Well, that's another prime wide receiver.
Or
team.
Garrett Nussmeier?
Or Nuss. That's true.
You sure that they are going wide receiver after adding another weapon in Sadiq?
That's true. They really might not. That could be Nuss.
Eli Stowers.
That could be Nuss. I actually kind of forgot about Sadiq, and that just I got the shivers as soon as you said that. Oh. My baby's got the sugars. We'll see.
Man, that honestly might be the worst Sadiq landing spot. Can you think of a worse one?
The Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The Raiders again.
Yeah. That's about
like
it.
A realistic. Yeah.
Kansas City.
Oh.
I like the name.
Okay.
Wheels up
going
Rashid.
D tackle. That's huge for Rice. Huge for Rice.
I tried shopping and selling some Rice shares before the draft.
Kind of glad it didn't work out.
Nobody wanted it. And I was like, I'll hold.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad.
It's working out. I actually made a trade. I'm curious to see your thoughts on this now that everything's kind of worked out. I made a trade about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I gave up. I don't remember if it was 106 or 107. Straight up for Rice.
Interesting. Because I to me that Sadiq was kind of in that range for me. You move Simpson up
potentially KC Concepcion.
We don't know with Cooper. We don't know
Boston.
I'll take Rice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Based off of what we know right now, I'll take Rice.
All right. San Francisco trades it to New York.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, when I was trying to shop Rice, I was trying to get into that 105 range. Like I wanted the third of the big 3 wide receivers that I had in my ranks.
So would you have accepted the 106 or 107 had somebody offered that instead?
For Rice?
Yeah.
I would have just kept Rice.
You would have just kept Rice. Okay, so that is kind of the point for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think the ceiling with Rice is higher than
I think this is Nussmeier.
At least, especially on a contender. And it's a contender that I was trying to sell him on.
Makes
Maybe
sense.
not.
So this
I was going to say this feels like Nussmeier, but it's they moved up in front of Buffalo and Seattle. So unless if they just
Carson
really want
Beck,
that.
baby.
They give the Jets. This gives the Jets 3 first-round picks now, bro.
What did they have to give up? Because they had 3 first rounds next year too, right?
I know they have 2 for sure. I don't know if they have 3 or not. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
Are the Jets building something special with Kenyon Sadiq here?
He's the cornerstone, baby. Him and I almost said Proctor. It wasn't Proctor. That was Miami.
Wow. You know what, though? There was a little bit of fear mongering, I think, in the Dynasty community about Garrett Wilson's going to get target competition. And if Sadiq was the competition, I'm feeling real good about Garrett Wilson.
Absolutely. Yeah, a tight end is a completely different ball game.
Because we missed
I
the
would
3
say,
wide receivers.
Garrett Wilson has been the biggest winner so far.
I don't know about the
of wide receivers that are like vets.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think he's a bigger winner than Rice, dodging those bullets?
One of them.
Rice is up there for sure. You have he's definitely up
Probably
there.
Malik Neighbors is a big winner for dodging the bullets of the guys there, especially with 2 top 10 picks.
Cam Scatteroo dodging the bullet of
big winner from that's maybe another. Yeah, that's an interesting discussion. We'll see how these last ones go, and then maybe we rip off
literally
a couple
today
winners and losers from round.
I don't know if I told you about it. I was in the car with Taylor picking up the pizzas. Somebody offered me right before the draft George Pickens, Cam Scatteroo for Trayvon Henderson, 111. That's pick.
See, I knew that the pick when I said that. I was trying to get too cute. That's crazy, man. I mean, good for Gino.
I mean, that's who I thought the pick was going to be at 16. I mean, he's the clear lowest of my 4 guys.
I mean,
now.
if you told
he's
me,
the clear low guy.
If you said that Omar Cooper was drafted at what was 16, and Sadiq fell to 30, I'm like, okay, that's understandable. That's a win.
I mean, great for Arch Manning next year. Or great for Julian Sayin next year.
Sneaky quarterback by Geno Smith.
I mean, he has weapons.
No.
He's got Brees Hall too.
No. Don't bite Geno.
Really fast, gut check. Top 5 Superflex tight end rookie picks right now.
top 5 Superflex tight end rookie. Or
Jeremiah Smith. Or Jeremiah Love.
Yep.
If you can buy Jeremiah Smith, he is also a good
He's
pick.
pretty good.
I mean, my top 5 doesn't change. It's still the same 5 guys. I would go Love, Tate.
Hey, Keith is happy.
Mendoza, Tyson, Lemon.
I have the same first 3. Love, Tate, Mendoza. But then it's Lemon. Now I got to choose between Casey and Tyson.
It's Tyson, dude.
Do we just need one more wide receiver for the over-under.
We do.
It's Boston.
Still could happen.
Boston to Buff.
I mean, it would make sense. I lean Tyson, but it is close, dude. I love Casey Concepcion in Cleveland. I love that pick. Man, it's close.
Unreal. So yeah, Omar Cooper to the Jets. KC, where were you on that now? Now that you know the 2 spots.
He said Tyson over Casey.
Cooper's definitely
barely.
last.
Okay.
I slightly Tyson ahead of Casey, but man, that's close.
Is it the difference of 15 picks in the first round?
It's the top 10. The top 10 is what did it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the quarterback situation is drastically different.
From Watson and Shuck.
Yeah.
Or whoever. Sanders and Shuck. Yeah. I don't think so either.
And Tyson is going to have to deal with Olave. Harold Fannin is there. Like, I don't want to make it sound like they have no one, but they don't have any other receivers. Jerry Jeudy is maybe going to be annoying this year, but not long term.
We were just talking about Garrett Wilson as a big winner. Is he still a big winner?
He's less of a winner now.
Well, that's why I brought that up. I knew
you were just
Pete's top 5. Love, Tate, Mendoza, KC, Tyson.
No Lemon.
Pete's top 5. Love, Tate, Mendoza,
Lemon, Tyson.
Lemon, Casey.
I like
Tyson is also in there.
I like my guy Michael McGuire. He's a good dude. He said KC is now henceforth known as KCLE. That's pretty good.
I like that.
I like that.
How did you think of that?
Look at that. He's clever.
Pretty good.
Clever lad.
With pick 107, it's not a bad spot to be.
It's not.
I mean, Simpson's tempting there.
Ooh, Bills move out of the first. The
Titans traded back again.
Titans are on the clock.
Why are they doing this? They must hate.
You know what the Titans should do here? Jermon McCoy.
McCoy would be a great pick.
Yeah.
Or what if they just go Boston? They're just like, bro,
Get you help.
like we got you, Cam.
Tate and Boston feels a little
They could go guard here. I could see him going offensive line.
Jeremy.
They could go Bernard. They could. They do got Wandale though.
Boston.
I see them going defense though. They're probably going
I got this late.
maybe Folk. He's fallen.
Wow. That's like a lot of people, right?
That is quite a bit.
He looks tired.
It does. It's been a long
He's
night.
the reason why they put the clock a little bit shorter. He's like, I'm going home to go to bed.
He's like, bro, I've been here a long time. There it is.
Okay.
Keldrick Falk.
Robert Saleh gets his edge rusher too.
That makes sense.
Yeah, go get it.
All right, last pick. Seattle.
Dable gets his number one
My
wide
second
receiver,
team.
and Saleh gets his number one edge rusher.
Everybody's happy.
Yep.
This is going to be interesting.
Seattle.
Could Seattle shock the world and go running back?
I mean, Boston's a day two guy, right? He's not going here.
I would say it's unlikely, but Seattle does
Who's
need
their
another
wide receiver too?
Right now, it's either Cooper Kupp, who's super old,
Shaheed.
or it's Shaheed, who's more of a returner,
Torrey.
or Torrey Horton.
I mean, but for
I don't love any of those guys as my wide receiver
from
too.
you.
I don't either.
Hmm?
Bring him back to.
Bring him.
Why not
bring
Jonah
him
Coleman?
home.
No, I'm just kidding.
Bring him home.
Interesting. So we are right now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So
7,
you
8.
obviously got skipped in your top.
Yeah.
Where did mine end up? Did it end up at?
So I hit it on 9 out of the 10.
Okay, mine isn't because Simpson.
And you had Stowers in your top 10.
Yeah, over Sadiq. Yep.
Yeah.
I am still confidently drafting Stowers.
I mean, we still got to see where he ends up. But
Yeah.
Jets.
I mean,
Well-
yeah, like what if Stowers goes like third round out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden it's like, can I really take a third round tight end over him?
Well, if you want to know what the data says about that,
Tell us.
we're looking again at top 12 seasons because it's a onesie position. It's not a multi-position. So top 12 seasons, first round tight ends hit at a 70% rate for top 12. Round 2, 35%. So it cuts it in half just by going in round 2. And then round 3 and beyond is like 10% and less.
I'll take that chance.
You would just take the 50% less chance that he hits just because you hate Sadiq and the Jets. I don't know if I would do it, but I guess it depends on where he lands. Second round, obviously draft capital is going to play a big role. I mean, landing spot's going to play a big role.
Landing spot's going to play a big role.
But also, like, I'm not shooting for top 12.
You should be.
Should be shooting for top 6.
Well, yeah, but
that's not a hit.
If your
for
hit rate
tight
of
ends.
if you're not hitting a top 12 season, then you're like tight end 17, 18. That's nothing for you in fantasy.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not. And see, that's interesting. I don't view like tight end 12 as a hit.
Fair.
Like if Sadiq was tight end 12.
I mean, for
next year-
prospects, I think you got to kind of have a lit. I mean, we can't just project everybody's. If we're doing top 5 hit rates, you'd have like first round tight ends having a 7% hit rate. Like to be a top 5 guy, like in the league, it's pretty hard. But then again, you have guys like Trey McBride, who's a second round pick, who's a bona fide tight end 1.
Yeah.
Kelsey, who wasn't a first round pick. Pick is in though. Is there any shot? I mean, legitimately, I guess let's have this conversation first before we talk about the Seahawks. We're in the last pick here, guys.
Mm-hmm.
What is the temperature check based off of today for fantasy? Are we feeling better about the class today? Are we feeling kind of the same? Or are we feeling underwhelmed?
I would say slightly better. Not a lot better, but slightly better.
The Sadiq pick was really the only.
Well, and the fact that Boston has not been selected yet. Bro, did I just see it?
Shut up, Garrett.
Interesting. I just saw what the pick was.
No way.
I saw what the pick was.
You literally said, don't be that guy.
No, I'm not being that guy. Look, I didn't say anything.
I mean,
I'm just surprised that that's the pick.
Okay.
I would say that I'm feeling whelmed.
Yeah.
I think I'm feeling a little bit. Jordan Tyson didn't get the smash landing spot I wanted him to get.
Lemon to the Eagles is fun.
Sadiq didn't get a good landing spot. I'm feeling lukewarm on the Omar Cooper landing spot. So
I'm a little less than lukewarm on the Omar Cooper
I don't
spot.
have a choice. I don't think we have Dr. Pepper here, do we? Oh, we do have Dr. Pepper. Oh, never
I
mind.
literally offered you Dr. Pepper. What does that have to do with
I'm
anything?
colorblind. Chat's making fun of me for picking Coke over Dr. Pepper.
Coke Zero.
well, I think Coke is the better choice than Dr. Pepper, but Coke Zero
Coke
not
Zero.
the choice. Yeah. Interesting.
Garrett banned.
I didn't do anything.
Ban Garrett in the chat.
What'd I do?
Coke Zero is awesome.
I just saw your graphic. You keep making turn your computer. So I can't see your graphics.
I was trying to.
I'm kind of interested to see where this goes.
I know who it is. Who do you think it is?
I think if it was a running back, you would have gave a crazier reaction than just, that's interesting. But
Who's this dude?
Oh, he's hype. I love it. I love it, man.
Jermod McCoy's still on the board, right?
McCoy's on the board.
He feels like a decent Tariq Woolen replacement.
Mhm.
Maybe him. I would go him. He's probably the best player available.
Keith brings up a really good point that not one 2027 pick was traded.
Nobody wants to give up any of those picks.
The NFL is like, we want that
Yeah.
class, which means you should want it in Dynasty.
Dude, this guy's hype. I love it.
Super Bowl champ Seahawks, baby.
He should be hype.
Let's go. We are live tomorrow as well.
Yes, we will be live tomorrow. All
starting at 6:30, right?
It's an hour earlier than we went today, so whatever.
So,
yeah,
7,
6:30.
so we'll start at 6:30.
Let's go, baby.
I've been drinking Red Bull all night.
My team.
They're like, dude, pull the mic away from your mouth just a tiny bit.
Yes. Yes, that's the energy I want.
Yeah.
They need that to close the night.
Big fan of Make-A-Wish.
Bro.
Insane.
See, I did a good
What
job.
are we doing?
I did a good job not giving it away. I did good.
What are we doing?
If you saw that, I kept my cool for having seen that. I kept my cool. Dude, what?
Holy shit.
What are we doing?
Look, he's
He's a running back.
fine. But it would have felt like a little bit of a reach to me, honestly,
It happened.
at pick 64.
I will not badmouth Peter Schrager ever again.
He called it.
He was my 13th overall player in my pre-draft rankings.
He
round
is
pick.
14th for me.
He's my RB2 in the class. I mean, you look at his NFL grade, it was one of the better ones. It was the second highest grade in the NFL. That's Daniel Jeremiah when they do their pre-draft rankings. His next-gen stats was a good metric. RAS score is a good metric. The problem is you look at it and you say, where's the production? Well, it's probably because you played behind Jeremiah Love your whole career, and you had a collegiate Achilles tear as well.
But here's something that I will say.
But he has the tools. I just have never seen it come together in 1 year.
he was the hard part for me is he was more of a true backup to Jeremiah Love more than splitting time. Because we saw the year before Travion Henderson and Quinshad Judkins both put up great numbers.
Yeah.
They both put up great numbers. Now, granted, they didn't play in a playoff game, so their numbers would have been a little bit better if they would have played on a playoff game and some of that kind of stuff. Sure, whatever.
He did have 11 touchdowns.
He did. Look, I think he is. I think this is very similar to Clyde Edwards-Helaire getting drafted.
Rashad Penny. That's kind of my
that's on Seattle's guilty of something like that.
Yeah, this is wild to me. I didn't think this would. I don't know.
That's what was this on when I said if Seattle needs a running back, they always draft a running back higher.
You did say that.
Classic Seahawks.
In my scouting report, my closing line is always kind of how I view them as a player, at the next level.
Yep.
And my closing line here for Jadarian Price is his explosiveness and versatility project well for a committee role with the potential to grow into more eventually at the next level.
I mean,
is that when I say that, does that sound like a first round running back?
It does not. It does not. Look, wow. I get it. If you want to draft him, he is a first round running back. If you believed in him beforehand, cool. Wow. I am not that's the hard part is I don't know that I almost have to put him in the first round.
Well, you have to.
Yeah.
But I mean, the hit rate data alone tells you probably should, even if you don't believe he's going to be the guy to hit that.
The hard part is the hit rate data on that is very different from top 15 running backs than running backs that are outside of the top 15.
We are going to pull up Garrett's scoring of Jadarian Price on the nerd score.
All right. Pull it up.
Wow.
This is just my specific scoring?
This is just Garrett's specific score right here.
Okay.
The comparables, Killian Hill and Trevor Etienne.
I mean, score-wise, that's where they ended up. Now,
that's his film score, which...
Now, to be fair, I don't think this was just mine score. This is the overall nerd score.
No.
My personal nerd score, I had him in the 73s.
Okay.
So this is the overall nerd score.
Okay, so overall, yeah.
Which is
Fake
fine.
News.
I have him but it's not like I had him drastically higher. My running back score on him personally. So Jared brought him down a little bit. I had him at a 73.2, so 73. a point higher.
So that's
but still nothing crazy. Realistically, if I go to
that's Bashar Tootin range, Kenneth Walker actually.
Kenneth Walker, I was lower on. So, maybe he ends up being the next Kenneth Walker. But realistically,
he's not the prospect that Walker was.
No, I think he was a better prospect.
Zamir White.
That's the hard part is it's just not.
You know what though? I will tell you, even though some of these spots got me a little bit underwhelmed and maybe I feel a little bit less hyped as I did about my top 5 picks, maybe it did strengthen 9-ish in this year's draft 100%. Class with Ty Simpson, Jadarian Price. And while those are not necessarily picks that I am telling you that you need to go use and actually select these players, we talked about it earlier with Simpson. This is going to open up a trade window for you potentially here in the next day or two before your rookie draft start. If you start them on Monday, I know a lot of mine start on Monday morning. It's going to open up a spot for you to potentially sell off some hype right now while people are excited about Jadarian Price as a Seahawk and Ty Simpson as a Ram.
Yeah. This is going to be. This is making first round picks so much more valuable than they used to be. So if you were wanting to get out, you now have a way to do it.
It's been impossible to get out of those late ones, and it is opening the smallest window for you to take a shot.
So really fast, though, kind of just taking a step back from myself.
Okay.
Price is a talented running back.
I don't think he's going to be bad.
And we see this every year. Running backs who get opportunity, who are fine, they will be very fantasy relevant. You look at that situation. Charbonnet is going to be gone next year. Chances are
he'll be gone next year. He'll still be there this year. We'll have to see when he comes back.
Yeah. Will he be gone?
I mean, he's a free agent.
Drafted a running back in the first round.
They've shown that they truly do enjoy using a committee.
Yeah,
and you will have a running back on a rookie contract, and Charbonnet probably won't be taking top dollar coming off of an injury.
Yeah, but at least this year, I don't know. It is very interesting. Like, he will be very fantasy relevant this year.
I'm really curious to see what they do as far as pass catching back, because he did nothing in college as a pass catcher. Not saying he can't do it.
Yeah, I think he's capable.
He just hasn't. Zach Charbonnet is a guy that they have used a lot in the receiving game.
Tyler, we are not going to be doing day 3.
I'm gonna just play.
We will be doing a mock draft on Sunday though, live.
I'm gonna play a game here with you two guys, and you guys can tell me what you want. It's just gonna be Jadarian Price and then I'm gonna name a running back, and I want you guys to tell me not necessarily if you would choose Jadarian Price or that running back, but if you think people are going, like, you get what I'm trying to say. It's trying to project where the market's going with this. Okay. So do you think people will prefer Price or Scadaboo?
I think people will prefer
Scadaboo.
I don't know.
I mean, because you look at the Giants.
I think they're going to prefer Jadarian.
Oh, man.
I could be wrong. I hope I'm
wrong. New poll.
Well, I don't want to do a poll for all of them because I'm going to go through and do like 10 guys.
Specifically this one because I have a lot of Scadaboo.
Javonte.
Jadarian.
And I think
Jadarian or Josh Jacobs.
I think it's going to be Jadarian. I think you're gonna end up having Jadarian push all the way up to
Etienne and Chase Brown would be the next 2 names.
I think that's the range you're going to be in.
So we're thinking immediately people are going to be viewing Jadarian Price right around running back 18, 19-ish.
That's what I was thinking. And I think it could even push some people, like if they're wanting to not have an older guy, Saquon Barkley would be interesting.
Kyron
could be interesting. Like, he could get as high. I don't think he gets inside the top 12, but I think he could be right there on the like 14, 15 range.
Now, that is where we think the market is going to react. But if I were to offer you today your 108, maybe call that Jadarian Price, you're going to take him at the 108 or the 107, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Chase Brown, who are you taking?
Hard part is I'm not a big Chase Brown guy. I would probably take Jadarian, but it's because I have Chase Brown lower than other people.
Pete?
I'm doing Price for that.
But I think that this is a good conversation though, because it's telling you how people, one, how we think the market will react, and 2, how the kind of names that we would be associating Price with right now.
Can I ask you guys something?
Sure.
If you guys are filling up for this, what would you say? We're currently at our highest view count.
Look at that. People wanted to see our takes.
And people want to see our takes, right?
Yeah.
What would you guys think about doing a 1-round mock?
Okay.
I'm okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Go every other pick.
Hey, sound off in the chat if you want this. But 1-round mock.
Andrew and I go every other pick. Is that what we're thinking, or what?
Or you want in on this action?
Or do you want to do it, Pete? You want in on this?
Yeah.
You want this smoke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll just go in order. So Andrew, you go first. I'll go second. You go third, Pete.
Let me set up the draft. Do we want a draft board or just to go?
Let's just do a draft board.
Throw up a draft board. Yeah. Good visual.
Let's recap though today's fantasy relevant picks and where they went, and the draft capital. So I'm probably gonna have to pull up the draft capital real fast.
We know starting off 101,
Fernando
Mendoza. That it's what we've been talking about the whole time. We don't need to talk about it. 103, we get Jeremiah Love. Recap on it. We liked the pick. Obviously, there's other spots that would have been interesting as well, but I still think he is the clear number 1. But Tyler Algier will be involved. He's going to take down specifically some early work. The worry is he going to take red zone work? That's really the only worry. I don't think it's going to be predominantly one or the other. I think they'll both be used in the red zone, and Jeremiah Love is going to get all the receiving work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about him. At 104, the Tennessee Titans took Carnell Tate. Obviously, we've liked this landing spot. I think it's a good fit with Cam Ward. And obviously, there's very minimal target competition there as well. Jordan Tyson goes 8th overall to the New Orleans Saints. And I'm maybe going to shorten our recaps of these because I think as we do the mock, we'll probably talk a little bit more about these landing spots. Ty Simpson goes 13 to the Los Angeles Rams. Kenyon Sadiq, 16 to the New York Jets. Mekhi Lemon, 20th to the Philadelphia Eagles. Casey Concepcion, 24th to the Cleveland Browns. And then we had Omar Cooper, 30th to the Jets, and Jadarian Price, 32nd to the Seattle Seahawks. So a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fantasy relevant players here in the first round.
All right. So with that, we start our mock. So Andrew, you get 1-1, easiest pick.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Jeremiah Love, man. Nothing's changed. You know, he was the 101 coming in. And in fact, I kind of think he got better draft capital from a pick standpoint than I thought he actually was going to get. So we talked about that earlier. Makes him the 7th highest paid running back before he even takes a snap. You kind of said Tyler Allgeier's in this backfield, but there's no running back on the depth chart right now that's scaring me away from Jeremiah Love. And the Arizona Cardinals don't spend a number 3 overall pick in the NFL draft without the idea of making this guy the focal point of their offense. Can do it in the receiving game, can do it in the run game. It's just nothing is going to change here for Jeremiah Love. He's the 101.
All right. I think he's the clear 101. Pete, we looking good with the draft board?
I'm still working on it.
Still working on it. That's all right.
Figure it out. I'll just do a
Google sheet. All right, we can do that. All right, so 101, Jeremiah Love. 102, I'm going to stick with what I had before. I am going to stick with Carnell Tate. I know that there's some other plays that didn't get bad landing spots.
Yeah.
Definitely some intriguing spots that they could go to, but Carnell Tate has that wide receiver room. That is his room. He's going to be the clear number 1 guy. He's going to go to a quarterback that improved quite a bit over the course of a season. He looked awful to start the year, and I was about ready to give up. He improved a lot, and you've got to give Guy a credit where credit's due. He did what he needed to do to improve, and that was when kind of change of situation and coach there. Hopefully, this is even a better situation for him. So I like Carnell Tate a lot. He was my number 1 wide receiver before this process. There's no reason to move him down my board. So he's going to stay the number 1 receiver for me, the number 2 pick in this mock.
Yeah, and I think for me too, I mean, even the guy who's been the general Jordan Tyson truther of, I think he's the most talented. It's hard to deny the situation there. And they were close enough in a tier that to me, the landing spot has moved him. So I agree with you. I think he's the number 1 wide receiver off the board.
Okay. All right. That puts you up, Pete.
So we have Mendoza.
We have
Jeremiah
Love.
Thinking, yeah. Jeremiah Love. Who was yours?
Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate. Oh, so mine's kind of the
You can get crazy if you want.
crazy.
You can.
You
can take a receiver. You can take Mendoza. You can take Jadarian Price.
This is Superflex?
Yep.
Correct?
Superflex.
Yeah, Mendoza.
I think that's the right pick. That's the route I would have gone as well.
It makes the most sense. I mean, we talk about the value of the position. And then if you're not in love with Lemon's target competition, you're not in love with Tyson's target competition and Chris Olave, you can definitely start leaning towards the quarterback position. We talk about Tate, and if the difference maker, the tiebreaker for you is wide receiver competition, it's a different game for those two. Tyson and Lemon definitely have more target competition than Tate.
Absolutely. All right.
Back to me.
Back to you then. You're going with your boy.
Yeah, I mean, he got bumped from number 1, but he's still number 2 for me. Top 10 draft capital. You go to the New Orleans Saints. You talked about the pace of play that they have and how often they're throwing the football. Not necessarily the biggest Tyler Shuck believer, but you're going to find out real quickly with these weapons in Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson whether or not he's the guy, and I think the talent is still undeniable. I'm going to go with Jordan Tyson and make that the selection there.
Jordan Tyson.
All right. For me,
this is hard. This is a hard one, I feel like.
It is. It's close. But I had Mekhi Lemon, the number 2 guy. I love the landing spot. I think he has a chance to absolutely eat there in Philly. It's been a place where 2 receivers have been able to play just fine together before. I like the area of the field that he's going to be playing in. And if people talk about the passing game or the running game in Philly. They've had so much turnover with offensive coordinators that the amount of that they throw or run every year changes drastically. Obviously, Jalen Hurts is a running quarterback, but that's been a slightly over-exaggerated because of what he does with the tush push. He still is going to have an opportunity to throw the ball a ton, and I think Mekhi Lemon is going to absolutely he mentality-wise, he fits with Philly. Like it makes a lot of sense. I love the pick. We're assuming AJ Brown's gone. I can't imagine they make this pick and AJ Brown stays. So I think we know what's going to happen. The question is now just what's the compensation going to be? That's what we don't know.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay, my pick, I'm going to keep it simple.
Okay.
It's what was it?
KCLE.
KCLE.
There you go.
I love. Oh.
Wow. You really feel that one.
I might have. I'm not gonna lie, folks. I might have tried to copy and paste that because I didn't want to misspell it.
There you go.
This time. But yeah, I love the fit. That's great.
Yeah, I think that one's honestly a pretty easy pick. I think he's pretty safely in that spot there. It does kind of feel like after this,
pick your poison.
You could argue it's a new tier. Like I love Cooper.
I would say 106 is the new tier.
But I can see how people would put that as a new tier.
Yeah, I think after 106. So after Concepcion or Lemon.
Yeah, and that puts me in an interesting spot because if we're looking here, you do have the first round running back in Jadarian Price. You got Omar Cooper with the Jets. Ty Simpson, top 13 NFL draft capital with the Rams. Kenya Sadiq, if that's your flavor, I guess. Man, it does feel like that pick that did feel like Sadiq for me originally has really cooled off. And a guy who I had number 8 overall, and I love the landing spot. I had him number 8 overall pre-draft. I'm just going to go Ty Simpson here. Super flex. The value of the position is just undeniable. This is a bet here where you're going to take Ty Simpson and you know that you're not going to be able to plug him into your lineup for a year, maybe even 2 years here for the Rams. But Garrett, you brought up Jordan Love and the value insulation that you can have with a young quarterback on your roster, especially in a super flex league and in a good situation here with Sean McVay and the Rams, where it just doesn't feel like I can lose money on this pick very quickly. This is buying stock in Amazon. This is buying stock in Apple. It's going to stay where it's at. I'm not really going to lose anything. And I have to be patient. I have to be patient, but I like the upside of what might be here.
This is one of the only assets you can get other than a draft pick that you can almost guarantee will increase in value.
Absolutely.
Eventually. There's going to be a lull. People are going to get tired of waiting because there was a period where you could trade for Jordan Love cheaper because people were just tired of waiting and they needed an asset now. And that is a window to jump in. So I don't blame you there. This is where this mock is really difficult because I have a feeling that there could very well be a player that gets drafted tomorrow that could end up being in this spot. So that's where
ahead of Cooper?
I think it's a possibility. Okay. I think it's a possibility.
Anything that's
ahead of Price. I want to see where Denzel Boston goes. If he goes in that very beginning there, if Eli Stowers goes in that very beginning there.
What if Jeremy Bernard is a Niner at the top of the second round?
Like he would move up quite a bit. So that's the tricky part is I think
Stowers a Niner.
Stowers would be interesting there as well. So it's hard based on what we know though. I'm going to
I think you got to go Jadarian.
Jadarian's close. It really is.
I think
Jadarian's really close. The hard part is
stick to your guns with Omar or react to the capital.
And that's the hard part. And that's what I'm wrestling with right now, to be honest with you. Like, I do not love Jadarian Price. But a first round running back carries so much value. What I would realistically
we aren't changing evaluations based on running landing spots again, are we?
We're not. We're not. Here's what I would really do, honestly.
You should, for the record, you should react to draft capital, but you shouldn't drastically react to draft capital and landing spots. You should react to them though.
Yes. for the record, I am still on board where like I am not moving him drastically up my board.
You said he was 14 for you.
But what I would normally do here is I would be trading this pick.
Yes.
Like that's what I'm really doing in real life. In this draft, I am stuck because I can't make trades in this draft. And I don't love the Omar Cooper spot, but I do love the player. And I don't love the Kenyon Sadiq landing spot. I do like the player.
Yeah.
That's where this gets really tricky. I would be trading this pick because I know it would be Jadarian. But if I am sticking with my heart of hearts, I would still take Cooper here. So to stick with my board, I am going to take who I think is a significantly better player.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to stick with that. However, I am playing that up. Like I am playing this up like I am taking Jadarian Price.
It's a first round running back, boys.
Yeah, like you're gonna let him fall this far.
Yeah.
Wow. Like I am playing this up and I am getting, look, even if it's the kind of thing that happened with Dallas and Miami tonight, where somebody trades up one pick and all I do is get up an extra third. Okay. I still gain value for the same guy that I was going to take anyway.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going for the sake of transparency for those watching. That's what I would do.
This is a look at the mirror moment for me because I reacted well to a draft spot and I reacted badly to a draft spot, and it was to the same team. When Cooper landed on the Jets, I liked it. Mostly like it. That's great value at 30. But you look at Sadiq, top half of the draft capital. The situation right here is kind of crazy, but they liked Sadiq that much more than Cooper. Look at the elite upside of Sadiq. I'm going to Sadiq here.
Wow.
I'm like, you look at the draft capital.
I get it.
You look at
this
Mason
is super
Taylor,
flex tight end premium.
I liked Mason Taylor as a prospect. He did some things, but he didn't.
He played football.
Yeah, but it wasn't a. Oh man, this guy's special. This guy's going to be a top 6 tight end. So I want to stick to a draft capital and what I think he could be.
Yeah,
for the ceiling there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that
makes it easy for you.
Easy for me. I mean, it's the last guy who was drafted tonight. So I guess if we do a full 12, you guys have to pick 2 guys that we're not
drafted, which is fine. I'll do that.
But I will go Jadarian Price. I mean, you said it. The first round running back. The hit rates on that are good. I mean, they're not just good. They're great. They're the best. First round running backs hit a higher rate than first round quarterbacks, first round wide receivers, first round whatever. So it is statistically a good selection. I don't love the player. I liked the player. He was my RB2 pre-draft coming into this process as my 13th overall player. So it's not a crazy reach to have him come up to where I'm at, 110 right now. He was my 201, pre-draft. Yeah. So it's not a crazy, and I get first round draft capital. I'm fine here. I agree with you in the aspect of like, if I was at the 108, 107 range and people are thinking Jadarian, I'm trading. But at 110, I'm actually okay just making the selection.
And I have no problem with it there. That. Yep, I have no problem with it there. I'm with you. I will go with Denzel Boston here.
Yeah.
As the next pick. I think there's a very high likelihood he's the next receiver off the board.
Yep.
I don't know where he landed yet, but I don't, unless somebody's in love with a Brazel or a Bernard or somebody like that, it is possible. Maybe even Ted Hurst. But right now, Boston seems the most likely next to go. I'll take him, but obviously almost impossible to take a guy when we don't know where he goes.
For Denzel Boston right now, the top 10-ish teams at the top of tomorrow would be San Francisco, Arizona, Buffalo, the Las Vegas Raiders, the Giants, the Texans, the Browns, the Chiefs, the Bengals, and the Saints. Do any of those, even the Dolphins are right there at 11, do any of those make you excited for Boston?
There's one place I would actually really like.
Which one?
It would be the Raiders.
Yeah.
The Raiders, I would love that for the Raiders. You already have a guy in Brock Bowers that's going to be playing the middle of the field.
Yep.
This gives you that outside presence, that better version of Elijah Surratt. That's what you're getting, a better version of Elijah Surratt for him. So I would actually, and that would once again like push him up a little bit, a couple spots potentially.
Would Boston early day 2 to the Raiders? Would that move him over Omar Cooper for you?
It would be close.
Yeah,
it would be really, really close, and that would be a look in the mirror decision because I do have them different tiers, but I have them as back-to-back players. So that's where it's really hard because there was a little bit of a tier break.
Yeah,
but they were back-to-back names. Like that's really hard.
It's the Simpson Sadiq thing that I was dealing with earlier, where I was like, there was a tier break, but they were back-to-back names, and they might just swap.
Yep.
Okay, finish this off.
Last guy, who you putting in there?
Eli.
Hey, for you. We did it for you.
Jeremy is going to be drafted. Book it. Lick the stamp. Put it in the mailbox. You will be a 49er tomorrow.
It'd be a great pick.
Baby.
That would be a great.
And then the world will act like they loved Jeremy Bernard all along, and you guys can point to Andrew and say, he had it first.
He told you. He told you. All right, guys. Well, we've been going for, over 4 hours, I'm assuming at this point, or pretty darn close.
We are 10 seconds away from 4 hours.
There we go. So almost 4 hours we've been going. It's been a long night. It's been an absolute blast, though.
I can't wait till day 2.
Oh, it was truly a joy. Thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. I know there's plenty of second screen experiences that you can have. You guys chose to hang out with us. Even more of you guys jumped in after the draft. If you're one of those people, thank you for joining us after the draft. But don't forget, we're going to be live tomorrow. All right. So whether you're watching from the League FFB or Dynasty Nerds, make sure that you tune in tomorrow. Any last thoughts before we get out of here?
Yeah. If you guys have tuned in right now, and if you're tuning in from the League FFB, go check over to the Dynasty Nerds channel. Obviously, if you've watched my content, I'm over there multiple times a week. You guys can watch a lot of the extra content over at Dynasty Nerds. Dynasty Nerds people, if you guys have not checked out the League FFB, come over there. I got my own, channel that I do content on as well. So if you're looking for more Andrew, you can find it at the League FFB. So make sure you're subscribed to that. But just want to say thank you. Echo what Garrett has said. This type of stuff is fun. I enjoy doing live content. I enjoy, hanging out with you guys in the chat. So appreciate everybody for being here tonight. Means a lot to us when you come spend your time. Time is a currency you can't get back. So when you give us the time, I appreciate you guys being here. So thank you.
I'm dropping the link to Andrew's YouTube channel. Drop him a sub if you haven't already. And last thought from me, if you can call it a thought, tomorrow will be it will be more important for Dynasty. It would be more helpful to watch tomorrow's watch along, I think, because this is where a lot of rankings are going to get shook up. I think landing spots where they're being drafted, and redrafts right around the corner.
Well, I think the thing about today is we knew a lot of the names that were going to come off the board. It was a matter of where and when, but we knew a lot of the names that were going to be here. Tomorrow is where you start finding those diamonds in the rough. We start learning a lot. Draft capital means more. Landing spots mean more because these guys aren't guaranteed to walk in day one on a depth chart and be the number one guy. So, tomorrow, if you're looking for the edge, if you have been one of these people in your dynasty leagues that have second round picks, third round picks, and you've been trying to trade them and you're like, there's just nobody who values them. Tomorrow will be important to find how you can use those picks, if you can't trade them, on actual players that might impact your lineup. And maybe it gives you more windows like we saw today with the 109, 110, 111, where there are some more trade opportunities that open tomorrow.
All right, guys. Well, that wraps things up for us. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you get locked in at 6:30 Eastern time tomorrow. 6:30 Eastern time. We will be live again. The same crew. Maybe some people stop in. Maybe they don't. We'll see. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you then.
See ya.